Hello, everyone. Um, my own life experience and everyone's actually is completely unique, and often we think we're educated and knowledgeable about many things, but not even so-called experts in this world really are. I'm saying that after a lifetime of research and also as difficult as it is for some to believe, I have been learning from our eternal Creator. Um, he's the one in English known as the Lord Jesus Christ in the Holy Bible for decades. And after learning from God consistently every single day, I've learned that we'll be learning from Him forever. In other words, all of us are lacking knowledge. And so this video about survival is based on my knowledge that we're lacking knowledge, and that God showed us the way to survive is by loving, trusting, and obeying Him, the one who has eternal life, who then imparts to us everlasting life. We're created and made by Him, so we have all had a beginning. But God has always existed. He is eternal. He's without beginning and without end. And the scriptures tell us, and these are verified and verifiable facts of history, folks. So anybody laughing or mocking at the contents of the Holy Bible is doing so out of either ignorance or deliberate wickedness. In other words, the contents of the Holy Bible are provably, and I repeat, provably divinely inspired. So those contents, the literary contents of the Holy Bible, are to be trusted above all other spoken and written opinions from anyone, anywhere, for all time, because they come to us from our eternal Creator, and He doesn't lie, and He doesn't make mistakes. So the contents of the Holy Bible, my friends, are to be trusted above all other spoken or written opinions from anybody, anywhere, for all time. Those contents, I've said this in other videos, but I have to repeat this because of how many today are laughing and mocking their way into the flames of damnation. Okay, I've died, and not just once, but numerous times. I've been beyond and back. In other words, I've had not just one NDE, but I've had numerous NDE experiences. So I'm telling you with all certainty, like nobody else I've ever met in the entire world, that the contents of the Holy Bible are absolutely positively true. And what they tell us about the hereafter are absolutely positively true. You really need to take those contents extremely seriously because God says what He means and He means what He says. Okay? I'm not trying to um, control you, manipulate you, or anything. I'm just telling you the truth. That if you're not right with God, then you don't value your own soul. In other words, scientists today have determined, and this is via the extrapolation of the rate of the measured expansion of the galaxies. In other words, matter, energy, mass, time, everything had an origin, and they've determined that because they have, through the power of observation of optics and through the measurement of the speed of light and through the measurement of the um, um, certain properties of light, like cosmic background radiation and so on and so forth. In other words, the light spectrum has these wavelengths, and the various aspects of light all travel at various frequencies, amplitudes, and modulations. And that's how we're able to transfer energy via electricity. Again, it's part of the properties of light, the light spectrum. And since light is ubiquitous, really energy is ever present, so we shouldn't be paying for it. Um, Persons like um, some of the wise inventors in the past um, that had a heart for God and a heart for mankind. Um, you can look up these inventors. Um, Try to tell mankind that that's the way it should be, but very selfish, very greedy oppressors have been, systematically monetizing um, knowledge that actually comes from our eternal Creator, and oppressing the masses and enslaving the masses rather than liberating mankind. Now, this kind of selfishness and greed that the planet is currently being oppressed by is not just threatening the survival of mankind as a whole, but life on Earth as a whole. This focus on money and on lusts, on selfishness, on pleasures, um, as opposed to life and quality of life for everyone and every living thing, is causing people to be short sighted and destructive to the point where future generations will look back on such greed and oppression with proper criticism. You're allowing very selfish, very wicked people to enslave the whole of mankind and to maltreat the whole of mankind. We're allowing. This video is entitled Survival, and you'll see why. I think if you take the time to actually listen to it at length. When I was 16 years old, I put this internal frame backpack, fully loaded. Yes, this backpack is over 40 years old. Manufacturers used to make things to last. I wish they still did. I wish people everywhere took pride in their work and craftsmanship and built things to last. We're by becoming too greedy, by focusing only on pieces of paper with pictures on it called money. Um, Manufacturers are deliberately making things to break. For instance, I have like a KitchenAid mixer, right? And one of the gears is made out of soft brass. I've already had to replace that gear twice. Why is it made out of soft brass? It doesn't have to be. It can be made out of hardened steel, and with proper lubrication, that mixer should last for generations. I've replaced it once, and the one again brass gear in the mixer is starting to make the same kind of grinding and skipping sounds it made before I had to replace it the first time. So I'm saying twice because you know it's sounding like I have to do it again. And this is only after a matter of owning it, maybe for 10 years. And I don't use it like commercially, you know. In other words, I've worked in kitchens with Hobart, mixers, and at least the way they used to make them, they last for generations. So deliberately manufacturing a brass gear and not hardened at all, it's very soft. To drive the mixer, deliberately doing that, as far as I'm concerned, is a form of fraud. You're selling things that you've designed to actually break down on purpose. That's unbelievable amounts of greed. You got to stop that. Mankind needs to have faith not in the present and not in money, but in God and in themselves to not only make things that last, but to improve upon things until you're, I mean, building upon the things that last. And because they've lasted, people know how they work and they're able to repair them and they're able to sustain them and they're not filling up huge mountains of waste sites and our oceans with filth to the point where we're choking life on planet Earth. In other words, this this greed, it's really greed that is destroying life on Earth. It's your vices, it's your destructiveness, it's your hatred, it's your wars, it's your propensity to think about suffering, death, and destruction constantly, rather than life and quality of life for everyone. And that begins with being concerned about the life of this planet. The scriptures say things like, I've given you wormwood to drink, the waters, the rivers, and everything have been poisoned. So all you have is poison to drink. When you pollute the earth, the rain comes down, filters through all of the crap, and ends up even in aquifers. Now, the hydrocycle is set up so that the deeper the aquifer, the more filtration occurs, and theoretically the purer the water. But when you're polluting the air, when you're polluting, spraying herbicides, pesticides, toxic chemicals, and poisons everywhere, when the oceans are being just used as a toilet, you eventually are going to reach toxic overload. In other words, you're going to choke the planet if you continue to do this. You have got to be concerned with keeping this world clean and green. The air that you breathe, the water that you drink, the food that you eat, you've got to stop putting toxins in all of it, poisons in all of it. Now, I tend to hope that I can finish writing some books that I've been working on about what's called population management. It's actually a form of depopulation put in place by wealthy people that imagine they rule the world. And their solution for keeping the planet clean and green is to basically kill off humanity. And I'm like, their solution is wrong. It's evil. And it's because these people are not ruled by God. They have not obeyed God, none of them. No one that is a selfish, greedy oppressor this day that imagines that the solution for the world is to kill humanity is in any way, shape, or form ruled by the one who has eternal life. They are ruled by the spirit of error, and that's why there's so much suffering and oppression. So, when I was 16, I don't know, it could have been 15. I don't think I was 17. It was 15 or 16. In my early teens, I hadn't even finished high school. Okay, close to finishing it. In other words, I had completed enough credits to actually have been given a diploma before my junior year. But because I transferred from one high school to another, those credits were not all fully transferred, so I had to take an extra year. That extra year caused me to graduate at the same time rather than 1 year ahead or 1 or 2 years ahead as the people I went to school with from grade school. Now, I was told by teachers and I'm not boasting here, and by other professionals that tested me, that I should have gone to a private school and and probably gone to college, you know, by the time I was 12 or 13 or so. Um, my parents didn't want that for me, and they were right. They said that I might have an IQ or intelligence, um, but but that I'm somewhat handicapped when it comes to um, social skills. In other words, I like other people, and I've always liked other people, you know, but for some reason my efforts to befriend other people have failed me my entire life, and instead, for some reason, I end up being hated, and it's not everybody, but it's just so many that I've had a life of great adversity. So much so that by the time I was 16, like I said, I put this backpack fully loaded. It probably weighed more than I did, um, full of such things as the about the best tent I could buy for the money. In other words, I was looking for durability, um, and fishing gear and hunting gear. And by hunting gear, I meant things like slingshots. I, I I bought a compound bow and arrow with aluminum arrows with replaceable aluminum tips, um, for hunting anything from large game down to tiny. And knives, axes, duct tape, rope, you name it, climbing gear. My backpack was fully loaded because I intended to go live in the mountains and never return. And and so because I had already been working, I had saved up enough to buy that backpack with all that gear. Um, and and the reason why I was wanting to head for the hills and never come back by that young age was that I had looked. Again, I started working at a very young age. Um, I suppose before you're technically legal, even here in America, to work. And that's just because there's so many jobs that people don't want to do, that employers, desperate to have those jobs filled, will hire not only so-called illegal aliens, but they'll hire young people, children, um, provided you know to the best of their knowledge, they don't know your age, right? And you tell them whatever, that you're older than you are. I'm just saying, people do what they can to survive. Okay, if you're born in an extreme impoverished situation, lots of times beg, borrow, steal. Um, Prisons are full of poor people, and it's not that they were necessarily evil people. It's just when you're trying to survive in extreme situations, sometimes what's called crime is just a way of life. There's some neighborhoods, even in the United States, that are extremely dangerous, even for very young children, and so they start carrying weapons at a very young age. Sometimes there's gang battles, and these young people end up in our prisons, and when they're in prison, they're still fighting for their life to survive. And so lots of times they spend the rest of their life behind bars just trying to survive in those endless battles from other people attacking them and maltreating them. Um, it's it by that age, I had already encountered enough evil in this world. I'd worked in the restaurant industries. I saw, you know, um, people that had graduated from college with degrees, um, doing drugs because of how miserable they were, because there weren't enough decent jobs that met their level of education, so that they were reduced to servile work. and that servile work made them miserable, to the point where they were drinking and drugging because they just couldn't um, bear that this was their reality. By the time I was 16, I took a look at the options. I looked really hard at the options that were before me. They were um, continue to get an education, but at cost to me. In other words, go into debt, which meant basically service to others in order to pay off that debt. So it was a form of slavery, just to obtain knowledge. Um, I had studied enough history by that time that I knew that there used to be apprenticeship programs that paid young people while they worked and learned trades and so on and so forth, but they don't exist anymore. Everything's been monetized due to greed. If there are paid apprenticeship programs, paid training, they're few and far between. Most all of it's all turned to slavery. That's exactly what it is. We are born this day, none of us are free. We are born into a world of oppression and slavery. God came into this world to put an end to that. He told us to, to focus instead on Him and working for Him. But I didn't know that then. And so I looked at my options that the world was presenting to me, and it was forced slave labor with slave wages, where you worked every waking moment and still didn't have enough to pay your bills, or it was go into debt for a higher education and hope. Again, I had met many college graduates that did not get a good paying job upon graduation. And it wasn't that they weren't necessarily intelligent people. It wasn't necessarily that they had a useless liberal degree or anything like that. It was that there just are not enough good paying jobs for the numbers of people that are in this world. And it's not about the cream rising to the top either. It's mostly about nepotism, who you know, if you were born into a wealthy family or not, and your ties to those wealthy people, with few and far between exceptions. Okay, some people, yes, through extremely hard work and massive competition, um, do obtain a certain level of success in this world. Definitely not easy. Not easy by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, my own testimony, if you really knew it all, um, I nearly killed myself working so hard trying to break out of poverty. And I finally had succeeded. And when I finally succeeded, people tried to kill me for my money. So what little I had accumulated, and that's how evil this world is. But it's no wonder I was running for the mountains, man, when I took a look at it as a young person. Okay, um, the options. Um, Work at whatever you can find, for whatever's being offered. You really don't get to demand your salary or wages at all, and that's because there's just so many people trying to survive, and there's just so few jobs that actually pay a decent wage. And then, so if you don't get one of those jobs that pays a decent wage, you're working two and three jobs until you drop dead. It's a miserable, an absolutely miserable existence of just grinding hard labor every single day. I'm sorry, the, the movies and everything, Father Knows Best, and especially the classics like It's a Wonderful Life and so on and so forth. Yeah, I wish the world was like that. I'm not saying there aren't any good people. I'm just saying there's so many ones that aren't. that it is making life hell on earth. It doesn't have to be this way. So like I said, I filled up that backpack, and I had every intention of going into the mountains and never coming back. And and it was because, again, um, slave labor, prisons, um, go fight in one of the wars to your death, for rich people, and get no thanks or gratitude for it. When you come home, many injured, disabled veterans, and so on and so forth. Some spit upon, some looked down upon, um, getting no assistance, for having been to hell and back. Told they were fighting for God and country. Instead, they were fighting for rich people getting richer, and being sent to wars as just one of their many methods of depopulation. I'm sorry, folks. I'm sorry to burst your bubbles. I'm not saying that some of the world wars, actually, like fighting Hitler and the Holocaust and so on and so forth, weren't, you know, commendable. Absolutely needed to be done. But as far as I can tell, through Project Paperclip and other methods, the rich were behind the whole thing. And they've been using false flags and the media to manipulate the poor masses, to send sons and daughters to fight each other from all these countries, and for various reasons. It's rich people pulling the puppet strings of the masses through, patented forms of population management, in the forms of black ops, psyops, programs that studied, things as subtle as the ideal frequencies to transmit, television waves through. In other words, there's various hertz rates: megahertz, kilohertz, and radio waves, and then megahertz and ultra high frequency rates, television, and so on and so forth. But at any rate, all these frequencies have been studied, um, with the with regards to their effect on the mind, on the human brain, to the point where television programming is actually a form of population management and control. And so various programs are designed to program you. And so you're sent off to coerced indoctrination, where today they tell you you're descended from pond scum and monkeys over billions of years. I'm sorry, that's not true, folks. It never has been, never will be. I've written books as to why, the theory of evolution is absolutely not scientific in any way, and I think people should read them, and I think you should stop laughing, because I'm telling you the truth. The theory of evolution is absolutely positively a lie. I'll say it again. If there is any spoken or written opinion that is contrary to the contents of the Holy Bible, it is wrong. It is a lie. It is false. Plain and simple. And it is false, and provably so, for many reasons. You don't get, self-replicating, single cells, through the process of mitosis, to suddenly convert by any natural method, no matter how insistent they are, to becoming multi-celled organisms that sexually reproduce all on their own via any, like I said, any natural method they can cite. And I don't care what words they make up, like epigenetics or whatever. No, none of those things. If a virus come, and again, a virus is a different life form, right? If everything evolved from the same life form, where did the viruses come from? As far as there's a whole debate as to whether or not viruses are even a living organism, as defined by a living organism. So if you have a single-celled, asexually reproducing, organism through mitosis, And again, that's just one cell splitting into an absolute identical cell, at least as far as they're concerned. I don't believe there's any such thing. But as far as science today is concerned, mitosis creates two identical cells. And according to them, has been doing so for over 1 billion years. So this asexually reproducing cell today that you see has been like that for 1 billion years, according to them. Okay, again, I don't even like to repeat their lies, but what I'm trying to say is the history that is recorded in the Holy Bible has been studied down to every little stroke of the pen, to how each letter is formed. Okay? In other words, it has been not just researched, but thoroughly verified as facts of history. The Holy Bible is properly classified as non-fiction. It's a historic document of non-fiction, citing the history of how God, our eternal creator, has been interacting with us from the moment he created and made us. Now, those are the facts of history. The contents of the Holy Bible are the facts of history. Well researched, thoroughly researched, more than any other book in the entire planet, folks, by far. So you can't cite any other paper from any moron that, I don't care how many letters they have after their name, if they're a God denying atheist, they're a moron. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to say that openly, but it's true. You're not thinking it through, not rationally. To exist in what you claim is a universe that had a beginning. They call it the space-time continuum today, but they say that the space-time continuum had a beginning. And again, I've already gone over that. That they're doing that through what they know about what they've observed: cosmic background radiation, galactic expansion, what they call the Hubble constant. Okay, all these things are saying that, and they theorize that the universe, as we know it, came into existence from what they imagine. Again, it's just pure imagination on their part. Came from what they call a singularity, which was something so, infinitesimally small you can't see it, and couldn't be observed, and yet so infinitely dense that it amounted to basically all the mass in the entire universe. So I'm like, that is a wild imagine. I mean, I give God denying persons credit for having extremely wild imaginations, but that is a wild, irrational imagination. That's all it is. Okay. In other words, nobody's ever seen that. It's just them trying to say, well, we have to do away with God. We absolutely cannot acknowledge God, even though he's been speaking with us since the beginning, even though he's been doing miracles throughout the entire history of mankind to this day. And that's not just in the Holy Bible, folks. That's throughout all recorded history. To this day, God has been doing miracles. You have to rewrite history completely to eliminate the mention of God, because he's factually mentioned throughout it all. Okay? Now, I'm not saying that you can't find any historic literature, especially these days, from God-denying people that refuse to mention God. But I'm saying when you actually talk with and you read accounts of testimonies of people that have existed since the beginning throughout recorded history, they all mention God. All of them. Virtually all of them. There might have been some God-denying morons even back then. But because we factually do come from him, and because God factually did create Adam and Eva, and because their descendants and their descendants and their descendants all knew that was the fact, God is mentioned in the earliest records. Yes, the earliest records. The flood is all mentioned, in all ancient records. So what I'm getting at is to set aside the facts of recorded history, which are the contents of the Holy Bible, for prehistoric nonsense like the singularity that exploded, expanded, and created all the mass, matter, energy in the entire universe. I'm sorry, their imaginary singularity has divine powers attributed to it. It created space, time, mass, energy, everything. So whether you call singularity, and again, it's just pure imagination, it's just another word for God. They just don't want to say that. They just don't want to call that their imagination is basically some thing that had the power to create what we see. Now God says it's him. And God came in the flesh. He's the one known in English as Jesus Christ and proved he's God, folks. Okay, this Jesus Christ is not mythology. He really existed. We have ancient texts, ancient manuscripts that date back um, as early as, and there were some texts that predate Christ that proves that the scrolls of the Old Testament existed before God ever came in the flesh as Christ, fulfilling those prophecies. So you can't say that they were written after his advent on earth, because they weren't. They were written prior to his advent on earth, so they were in fact prophecies. So God, who knew the future and knew exactly what he would say and do when he came, told the prophets exactly what he would say and do when he came. And that's why in the New Testament, it cites the Old Testament redundantly about how Jesus Christ actually did fulfill those prophecies and is God. And it's not just about the fact that God was speaking with the prophets since the moment he created and made mankind, and then came and did exactly what he said he would do, proving he's God. It's that he spoke to his creation and creation obeyed him. He would speak to the wind and the waves and say, "Be still." And the storm would cease. He would speak to the dead and say, "Come forth," and the dead would rise. He would take a few fish and bless it, that fish and bread, and then bring it down and feed thousands. That's creating substance out of thin air, folks. He spoke to the water and transformed it into wine. That defies all so-called chemical laws and everything else. He publicly died on the cross and raised his own body from the dead and then ascended into heaven in front of eyewitnesses. And the people that saw that happen were so transformed and so astonished that they went about preaching to anybody and everybody everywhere that they had seen and heard God firsthand. That's the whole reason the Holy Bible exists, folks. Those people that crucified Jesus Christ commanded his disciples and apostles, the eyewitnesses that saw Jesus Christ again ascend into heaven right in front of their eyes after he raised his own body from the dead, commanded them to stop preaching that he was God who came in the flesh. Commanded them to stop on pain of death. Then the apostles and disciples are recorded in the Holy Bible as saying, "No, sir. Judge for yourself whether or not it's better to obey God or man. You. We're going to obey God, and He told us that we have to preach this gospel. We're going to do it." Now I'm paraphrasing, but that was their reply. And the apostles went on preaching that Jesus Christ is God who came in the flesh in the New Testament to the point where they were tortured to death. Some were stoned, some were crucified like Christ, some were drawn and quartered, some were sawn asunder. The evil in this world, the devil, and it's the greedy oppressors that Christ himself confronted. God came to liberate us, folks. So if you're not on board, you oppressed masses, if you're not on board with the Holy Bible, something's really wrong with you. You're cheering on the devil as he destroys you. and your children and your children's children as he enslaves, maltreats, and oppresses you. You're on you're on the side of those that are killing you. Okay, again, at 16, as a young man, I realized that I had already had enough taste of working because I'd been working since I was so little that I was pushing those bladed mowers like this with my hands above my head to reach the handles. So I was working and mowing lawns since I was like 4 or 5 years old. And it's not that my parents weren't good people. My parents who adopted me and my brother are really good people. I basically won the lotto as people goes in this world by the people that adopted me. They were so good, but I didn't know that as a little kid, and so they were saying things to us at a young age that we needed to learn to do chores because we're going to be doing them our whole life, and then we need to adopt an attitude of enjoying them because otherwise we were going to be miserable our whole life. And so I figured, well, if I'm working this hard at home, why not work out in the world for some money? So I started trying to find whatever jobs I could do in this world, and sometimes they were just things like selling, cokes and hot dogs at football games or something for commissions, or whatever anything I could find. And eventually I was able to just say I was older than I was and get full-time work in restaurants, whether it was bussing tables or washing dishes or cooking at the line or whatever. So I worked my way up in restaurants until by the time I was very young I was already a kitchen manager. So um, I'd already had years of experience as my point by the time I was even 18 in the restaurants, servile type industries, because that's the only place I could, as a young person, find work. And so I was looking at a lifetime of that servile, I mean, slave wages for the most part. Um, I thought, maybe I could eventually work up to, full management or whatever, but even so, um, it is, that type of work is grueling. 7 days a week, no sleep, no rest, and stressful, extremely stressful. And most everybody that I had encountered, even as a young person, in no matter what restaurant I worked at, um, drinking, drugging, because of how hard it was and how stressful it was, and how poor the wages. It was just people psychologically just couldn't deal any other way with their life existence other than drinking and drugging constantly. And I'm not saying all of them, I'm just saying so many of them. Okay? I'm not trying to say that restaurants are rife with drug trafficking. I'm just saying that if you, as a kid, um, when your teachers or your mother or your father asked you, what do you want to be when you grow up? I never heard any of them say, I want to serve other people, meals for the rest of my life. I want to watch, gourmet food go in front of my face while I salivate all day long because I can't afford to buy one of those plates for myself. I mean, as a teenager, I was no exception. I was hungry, and I mean constantly, and I didn't have food at home. So when people sent their food back with, you know, a half-eaten steak or something like that, it didn't end up in the trash as long as I was working. Some owners would tell me, hey, look, I said you could have, a free meal, with every shift, but man, you're eating up my profits. And it's because I didn't have food at home. And it's because he paid me such pitiful wages I couldn't buy groceries for myself. So darn straight when I was at work, I ate. And frankly, I think it's darn cruel of restaurateurs, you know, owners of restaurants not to automatically include, and not just a meal every shift, a meal every 4 hours of work. That's hard work. You're on your feet all day long, running back and forth. I mean, dealing with people in all their various moods. Yeah, most people are generally friendly and personable, but not all people. Some people are rude. Some people are downright. I mean, you shouldn't do that, by the way. If you're in a bad mood and you go into a restaurant, don't take it out on your waiter or waitress or anyone there working. I mean, I hate to tell you this, folks, but I mean, all those people are under a lot of stress. Many of them are extremely depressed. Many of them are bitter and angry about that this is their reality just for their own survival. Like I said, um, some of them drinking, some of them drugging, and you give them lip. I mean, attitude. They're the ones bringing your food. And I'm not saying that this happens all the time, but I'm saying that some of them will deliberately mess with your food in ways that are extremely disgusting, and you just don't want to do that. Don't maltreat people that are serving you. Don't look down your noses at them. Um, Most of them are doing that strictly as a means of survival. It's not. It definitely was not their dream. So don't maltreat anyone for any reason. Do your best to treat others, like you want to be treated. Respect, kindness, courtesy, dignity. Now, sometimes, if somebody's acting the fool in public, I will say that they are acting the fool on purpose to them, not to insult them, not to maltreat them, but just to get them to think about the fact that they are presenting themselves as a fool. And if they're truly a fool, then it won't matter whether I treat them with respect or not. They'll remain a fool. Even if I tell them to their face they're acting a fool. If they're truly a fool, they'll remain a fool. But when you encounter a fool in public, in other words, if I say somebody's a fool, it's because they're speaking bad about God Almighty, Jesus Christ, and the Holy Bible. There's nothing more foolish than that. That's self-destructive stupidity on their part for sure. Okay, I'm telling you point blank, I've died, so I know beyond all doubt that what the Holy Bible is telling us about the places of the damned and the saved are absolutely true. I have seen the risen Lord Jesus Christ face to face, so nobody can tell me that he doesn't exist. He is God. He is still alive this day. He is still reigning as he ever has because he's God. Paradise is creation perfected. It is nothing like this down here. I hate to burst your bubbles, people, but this isn't hell, but it has both a taste of heaven and hell in it because it's in between. This is the test. This is the divine test that God has subjected all creation to. You're either going to choose Him, in other words, choose to be good and live righteously, and you'll be able to live forever. Or if you choose to be wicked deliberately, oh, divine wrath is he's an eternal being, and you're gonna make the eternal, the one eternal God, upset or angry with you. He talks about his wrath, and I'm like, folks, God has emotions, and all of you that are deliberately pissing him off, like, oh my God, when I say self-destructive stupidity or self-destructive stupid fool, I mean it. I mean it. Don't do that. Yes, he is the same God that flooded this whole world. And yes, this world was flooded. Okay, I encountered geologists that are lying. they're saying there's no global flood layer. I'm like, no, wait a second, boneheads. Um, on the one hand, you'll point to, a sedimentary layer that's filled with volcanic ash and also um, things like stellar material from asteroids and so on and so forth. And you'll say below this layer are fossilized remains of dinosaurs. And above this layer that spans the whole globe, there are no fossilized remains of dinosaurs. Now, that's not true, but what I'm getting at is they geologists have indeed identified layers of sediments that span the entire globe. Their interpretation is that those layers were laid down billions of years ago from an asteroid impact. And I'm just saying baloney, okay? Never set aside the recorded facts of history that God Himself verified in the contents of the Holy Bible for anyone's interpretation of the data, misinterpretation of the data before our eyes. What I'm getting at is you can't say that there's no global sedimentary layers in one breath and then say, yes, there are global sedimentary layers in the next breath, but just say that, well, that's not attributed to a flood. When you weren't there and you have no idea. Don't set aside recorded facts of history that God Himself verified and confirmed when He came in the flesh. You didn't walk on water, Jesus Christ did. You didn't raise the dead, Jesus Christ did. You didn't say you were God and then prove it and that you were the way to eternal life and then prove it by publicly dying and raising your own body from the dead and ascending in front of eyewitnesses. Jesus Christ did. Okay? He's God. Okay? Anybody not grasping that is mentally challenged. Yes, the Holy Bible are recorded facts of history, verified facts of history, thoroughly studied more than all other literature on the entire planet, facts of history. The existence of Jesus Christ is not just verified by those that saw Him firsthand and gave their lives telling the whole world that they had seen and heard God firsthand, because that's exactly what the apostles did in the books of Acts. And if you read Fox's Book of Martyrs and Martyr's Mirror, those that have known the living God have been giving their lives ever since, trying to convince the rest of mankind that they had seen and heard God firsthand. Now, I've seen and heard God firsthand. To this day, some 2,000 years later, Jesus Christ is still alive. He's still God. I've seen Him face to face. Okay? So I'm telling you point blank that He absolutely is the one true God. And that He has told us in the Holy Bible that everyone must repent of their wicked ways and be baptized in His name and be filled with His Holy Spirit, because otherwise the devil by the spirit of error is deceiving mankind to the point where you're believing things that are just not true to your own harm, and you're destroying yourselves. You're destroying life on planet Earth by believing these lies. They are lies. Okay, so again, 16 servile type jobs. Even if I did my very best, even if I was promoted, still servile work, hard work, without rest for my whole life until I dropped dead was what I was looking at, was one option. Another option, join the military and fight in wars that weren't made by me and were not necessarily of my own making or choosing at all, and give my life, to other people that frankly I didn't have any respect for, because the only good people that I'd ever met were people like my own parents and some of the people that I grew up with in our small town. Like I said, I generally liked people, but the reality of our so-called civilization was just, I mean, totally unacceptable to me. Totally unacceptable. Um, Servile slave labor jobs, poor wages, prisons, military wars, um, starving to death homeless. I was like, homelessness, slave labor, price of a higher education, whether it was for a trade or for a degree, meant indebtedness, which meant more slave labor, more servitude. There was nothing in the options of my civilization that was telling me that I was a free person. I was giving options that were all no good. None of them were anything that I could just say, you know what? I'm a free man in a free world with unlimited options. Except for when I looked at the mountains and said, you know what? There's no people there. If I want to be truly free, I have to go where there's nobody trying to step on me, stomp on me, maltreat me, enslave me, abuse me, use me. I have to go there. I have to run away from this, the so-called civilized world, and head for the hills, wild country, to be free. That's I came to that conclusion at 16, and so I got up in the mountains, and I was like, now they're telling me that the purpose of life is to, I don't know, work till I drop dead. Um, if I'm fortunate, I might earn enough to be able to marry, have a wife and some children, who I will then be knowing that I'm bringing into a world of slavery and oppression. I mean, it was just there was just no good outlook from my perspective of this civilization, of how the wealthy are enslaving and maltreating the masses instead of liberating us, instead of discovering what our divine purpose is, because they're all denying the divine. All they care about is their money, their wealth, their palaces, their greed, and things money buy. They don't care about the hereafter. If they did, they wouldn't be so selfish, greedy, and arrogant and oppressive towards all the rest of humanity. The entire banking system, the entire stock market, all of it is all set up by them to like a vacuum. No matter how much money is loose in the world, it just sucks it right back to them through these methods. That's why wealth concentration under capitalism today is like 1% owns 99% of the wealth on the entire planet, while the 99% are struggling between ourselves. Now, there's about, I don't know, somewhere between 10 and 15% of humanity underneath the 1% that is closest, that has sniffed their way to the money and, like, kisses their butts enough to have, one of those decent paying jobs of theirs. And they're typically people that are like on TV or something like that, actors and actresses and news broadcasters and so on and so forth, or running one of their multinational corporations, or their lawyers and firms and so on and so forth that they've all put in power, higher military operations, and presidents, and leaders of nations, and UN and WTO, all the wealth of the world, all the wealthiest people on earth. They have these groups, and through these groups, they're controlling everything. Trade of goods and services on earth, price of crude on earth, price of manufactured goods on earth. Now, they pay enough to have enough people around them to how do you say, cause them to remain in power, while they do all these things to all the rest of us. But half of humanity, man, is not just struggling, but suffering on Earth. The ones that aren't actually dying prematurely by decades because of how much they're suffering. At 16, I took a look at it, and I was just like, I want no part of this. Oh, I want no part of it. It's so evil. And so I ran for the mountains with whatever I could carry on my back. So I'm in the mountains. And again, at this point, I still didn't know God. I didn't know Jesus Christ. I hadn't, it hadn't been that I'd never been in a church or had never opened a Bible. It's just that I just didn't know. To me, they were just words in a book, just another book, of many, many millions and millions and millions of books on the planet. At that point, it didn't have any special meaning to me at all. I still hadn't realized that what I'd learned in school was just pure rubbish, because I hadn't been confronted by God yet at that point in my life. So I was just like, well, I'm alive, you know, no purpose to life. If the purpose to life is what they say, you know, work as hard as you can until you drop dead, I don't want to live. If the purpose of life is what they say, become, a selfish, greedy scum like them, so that I can say I died with the most toys. I'm like, I don't want to live. I'm like, nothing that civilization was presenting me or offering to me was anything that gave me any motivation to want to live. So I was there in the mountains, looking at every green thing and every living thing, and I was like, there has got to be, I mean, meaning to our existence, is what I was thinking and searching for. Some real purpose. So I was like, well, when I think about every living thing before my eyes, every living thing, I mean, besides doing the natural things that living things do, eat, sleep, you know, eat, sleep, eat, sleep, from day to day, they all reproduce. So I was there by myself and going, well, crap. There's no way I can reproduce, by myself. I'm like, I need a woman. And so I was like, man, I don't want to go back down there. But that's the only place. I'm never going to find a woman up here, in the mountains, just roaming the wilderness. I mean, back then, wilderness was really wilderness. There wasn't trails everywhere and people everywhere and bikes everywhere. Every square inch of the earth you hit. You know, and there was millions and millions of square miles of wilderness. So when you headed for the mountains back when I was young, there there wasn't nothing but maybe one road and many, 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 many miles that was crossing the Continental Divide. The highway. And so I had, again, the pack was fully loaded, so it weighed more than I did. And even though I was pretty strong as a young man, I had only gone into, from the highway just far enough away so that I couldn't hear it anymore. And so only for, a few miles, maybe 5 miles at most. Um, I don't know, it might have been a little bit longer than that. But it was far enough away that I could no longer hear it. But I still knew the direction. And I pitched my tent, and by that, by I don't know, about the fifth day or so, I was pretty hungry, and I thought about my options. I thought about, well, you know, woman dying here in the mountains all alone, you know, woman maybe finding one that actually was, you know, just similar enough to my distaste for civilization that we wouldn't have to ever go back, and we could come into these mountains and live happily together. Maybe have a few munchkins of our own up here away from the rest of the world, where we could actually be free. And I was thinking about how much I hated civilization, and how much I was loving being there, but also the fact that, I wasn't fulfilling my purpose of life if every living thing, sought to reproduce. And So as far as I could figure, that was the only thing that had any, I don't know, at least universal meaning. Even though I wasn't, how do you say, confident of necessarily finding one, but I was like, I knew I was never going to find one if I was living in the mountains for the rest of my life all alone. And fifth day, I'm kind of hungry, and there was a fawn that had wandered into the meadow, and this creature was so young, Daddy was totally innocent. I mean, so innocent that it had never seen the likes of me or anything like that, and was just looking at me like what are you, you know? I mean, not scared, not anything, and I was like, that looks like lunch and dinner at the very least, you know, maybe enough food for a week. And I'm looking at this innocent creature as I pulled back my compound bow taut um, with an arrow that would have done the trick. And I'm looking at this thing in the eyes. I was like, the thing was about as cute as, I mean, Bambi could ever want to be on the screen. I mean, cuter. And I was just like, I'm a teenager, mind you. I'm pretty hungry at this point. 5 days without food, and I had brought some dried goods and some water, yes, but yeah, I was definitely pretty hungry by this point, and I'm like, not hungry enough. I was like, man, if this thing had been older, if it had been a buck, if it hadn't been so little, cute, and innocent, you know, I mean, it had no clue that its life, was in any danger whatsoever. I mean, I definitely, had the ability to kill it. I just didn't want to, no matter how hungry I was, just because of how innocent it was. I was just like, dang, this thing is so innocent. It is absolutely clueless that it's in danger. And that's, my friend, is a lot of people on Earth this day. Your lives are systematically being attacked, and you're and you're miserable, and it's not your fault. You're being oppressed, you're being enslaved, you're being maltreated. You have got to unite, and you've got to demand certain things. I'm not against capitalism. I'm not against socialism. I think that people use all these terms as boxes just to manipulate you back and forth on each side, and to create conflicts between you is what I really believe. It's called the Hegelian principle. The wealthy use it as two-party systems, Democrats, Republicans, and they get you fighting constantly among yourselves so that you're not realizing that they don't care who you put in office, just as long as you let them remain pulling all the strings because they have all the money. They're the ones that are really ruining the world, the wealthiest people on earth. And by wealthiest people, I'm not talking about your average millionaire anymore. I'm talking about the people that make the money that everybody else works for. I'm talking about your central banks, those who are in control of your central banks, the billionaires running your nation, and the various nations on this earth. Those that are linked to the World Bank, that are in control of the wealthiest families. I mean, the World Bank is run and controlled by the wealthiest families on earth. They are the banks. In other words, money is created that everybody else works for by the wealthiest people who have been in power for generations. So families like the Rothschilds, families like Rockefellers, the wealthiest families that have been wealthy for generations are the ones that have created these systems of not just the World Bank and the central bank all tied together, the economic strata and so on and so forth, the World Trade Organization, the UN. All these things are actually not representative of the masses at all. They're all wealthy people that get together and talk about their plans for their own prosperity, power, and not yours. And one of the things that they've concocted is this term called population management. I hope I can write more on it. I've written somewhat on it. I think if people understood that this is a very real agenda of the wealthy against the poor masses, I think you would understand why I call for their arrests openly for their crimes against humanity, because they are crimes against humanity. You are being manipulated through the television. You are being indoctrinated through public schools, public education. You are being lied to. You are being enslaved your entire life. I hated it as a young person because I saw right through it. Now, I'm not saying I'm a genius or anything like that. I'm just saying that I was a very driven person. And so I had a taste of this world at a very young age while I could still, you know, take a good look at this world. And I did take a good look, and I didn't like any of it. Any rate, I decided that if I was hungry enough, I would have killed the thing. But I wasn't. I was hungry, but I wasn't hungry enough to want to kill something so, I don't know, totally adorable, frankly. I was like, nah, this little creature deserves to live rather than become, my dinner. I mean, I let it live. And I decided that I was going to go back and look for a wife. So I turned around with all that gear and everything, and I came back down. And because I had, done what I did, you know, leaving school and everything, um, I was considered a juvenile, not delinquent, but like, I don't know, some type of, ward of the state. What did they call? I can't remember. There's a legal term for it when you haven't really committed a crime, but at the same time, um, you get noticed by the state. Um, what was it? It wasn't. Well, they have juvenile detention centers for underage people that commit crimes, and then they have these homes that are for juveniles that are whatever runaways, um, orphans. Um, how do you say, young people in danger of committing crimes, and they call those attention homes instead of detention homes. Um, they're both a form of detention, though. Don't think they're not. Um, they just try to label them differently. You're still being watched by the state. Um, but at any rate, a detention center, you are behind bars, you are confined, and if you get an education, it's still behind those bars. Whereas an juvenile detention attention home, you go to a regular public school, but you're being raised by state funded and state appointed counselors, other adults. Well, this attention home, I was like, oh man, they're all like lecturing us about, don't drink and don't do drugs and everything like that. And again, I wasn't a stupid kid. Now I'm not saying I was the brightest apple on a tree either, but I wasn't stupid. I mean, not to the degree that they were like, imagining we were. And I was like, wait a second, you know, you're telling me that I can't self-medicate when all of you, every single one of you, are self-medicating. Don't even begin to lie to me. And it's like, I walked outside and I reached in a glove box. I'm like, pipe in hand, I'm like, don't give me no grief. Don't be telling me, I I can't smoke or medicate or drink or whatever when every single one of you do. You know, you're like, well, you're not an adult. You're not an adult yet. I'm like, um, did that make any difference for any of you? Don't lie to me. Don't treat me like a freaking idiot. Okay, none of these people in the 60s and 70s and even 80s, 90s, pretty much in every generation, at one time or another didn't medicate. There might be, like, I don't know, a tiny percentage on planet Earth that have never drank, um, taken a pill for whatever, depression or, some mental condition or what. I mean, I'm telling you, folks, it's the tools of the devil, the lies of the devils are ubiquitous. They're before us all over the planet. Mankind is struggling with the same things. Okay, now we're all totally unique, but we have the same kind of desires, um, for the most part. I've learned that there really is a real duality on Earth between the children of God, which they might not know they're children of God yet, but the children of God and the children of the devil. Um, the children of God generally have in common that they want to love and be loved. Okay, it's a core fundamental, drive, the greatest drive in the human heart, to love and be loved, and that's because we come from God, who is love. And the children of the devil, though, not so much. They're driven by their lusts. So so they don't like, the commandments of God, to love Him and to love one another, because they're driven by selfishness, by greed, by pride, by arrogance, by everything evil. And there really are fundamentally, truly evil people like that. And you really have to avoid them. Um, they're the real criminals of the world. They're the ones ruining planet Earth. They're the ones making billions of lives like a living hell today. Any type of social services or civil rights or anything have been fought for by the masses, you know, to the point where the oppressors were like, oh crap, if we don't, give in to the peasants' demands, they're going to come for us and hang us just like they always have. And those so civil rights and civil liberties, freedoms and everything have been fought, bled, and died for by the oppressed masses from generation to generation. It's always been the wealthy people, the selfish, greedy children of the devil, that make living conditions on earth hellish, because they really do not care about you at all. Some of them would just assume that billions of you were already dead. I mean, you have to listen to their quotes, what they say. Rockefeller was quoted as saying that he determined war finance to be the most profitable enterprise, and that's because he was, you know um, holding on to the, crude. You got to think about this. The entire heavens and earth were all created by our eternal creator God. So no one can lay claim to it legally as theirs. But the wealthiest people have done that. Through their control of money, they've basically bought the so called legal rights. And again, who created the laws of mankind? They did. The rich did. The poor sure as hell didn't. Poor didn't have not one say in it, except when the poor unite and get together and demand certain laws get passed, and that's what I'm saying you have to do. I'm saying that wealth inequality creates fundamental inequality, and that under the U.S. Constitution, It is written that all of us are created equal. In other words, those that penned our Constitution understood that we were created and made by God. Yes, our founding documents state so clearly. So don't let any boneheads today say that we don't owe our freedoms, our nation, the United States of America, to God and to those who believed in Him and to those who studied the scriptures and founded our nation under God with liberty and justice for all. Under God. Okay? Now, there was a Supreme Court decision in the 1800s. Can't remember the exact title and name of it and stuff. That declared this was a Christian nation by examining our founding doctrines and laws throughout. Okay, so at one time, this was declared a Christian nation. Now today we have a real problem, and the real problem is Rockefeller, who took over the Board of Education, and and thereby got the Holy Bible and prayer removed from our public schools. And ever since, in order to replace, you know, the facts of history, which again are the recorded contents of the Holy Bible, with something that they could call, science, they put in the theory of evolution. And now there's a whole bunch of people that have grown up, several generations now, that have grown up since the Holy Bible and prayer was removed from public schools, thinking that they are actually descended from pond scum and monkeys over billions of years. And I'm like, not only is that absolutely, laughable, but sad that anyone would really believe it. And I'm not mocking you, because I once did. And it's because of the fact that when we're little children, we want to believe that what we're being taught in schools is true. We want to believe our teachers. Now, sometimes, teachers actually believe such nonsense. The earth existed, so many billions of years ago, and due to asteroid impacts and so on and so forth, water came upon the surface of the earth, and due to the natural properties of certain types of elements, including iron ores in the core and in the mantle, we developed an atmosphere, and over time, with the various forms of the the mud, the minerals, and the water, organic compounds began to form all on their own, proteins, the building blocks of life. Now, try as they might, folks, not one of these geniuses has been able to recreate what they claim occurred by just purely natural processes. And that's with their deliberate attempts. So I'm just saying, when you think that the universe came from a singularity, and that atoms assembled themselves, the stars assembled themselves, the planets assembled themselves, all of the elements and everything assembled themselves, and not just all of physical properties of matter and mass and energy all assembled itself, but life. When you think life just sprang into existence one day with no engineer, no life giver, no eternal God, you've left reality completely. I don't know how else to say this. Never set aside the recorded facts of history, folks. The Holy Bible are well verified, well researched, recorded facts of history with mountains and mountains of external evidence for Genesis to Revelation. Mountains and mountains of it. well documented divine miracles have been happening throughout history to this day. To this day, with medical records, death certificates, everything. Well verified facts of history, miracles, supernatural events, God. Okay, so anybody denying the existence of God, Jesus Christ, or anything like that, to me, to those that have actually really studied and knows better, you look like you are lacking a proper education, to put it politely, completely. That you've been thoroughly brainwashed, that everything in your head is nothing but nonsense. Because you're setting aside the most important facts of history, God, and that you can know Him. You must know Him. Everybody needs to know Him. It's the only way you'll ever fulfill your divine purpose. At any rate, I came back down, and I looked at my options. First of all, I knew my parents were extremely good people, and that they had said that they would help me get a college education. And I was like, even though I did not want to go into debt, I thought, well, if I'm really going to live in this civilization, I'm going to work to change it for the better. And I thought the best way I could do that is to become an inventor. Um, to create and make things that's necessary for the survival of mankind now and into the future. That keeps the planet clean and green. And so I wanted to become an energy engineer. And my good folks were like, well, we'll pay for your books and tuition. And I'm like, I've already got a scholarship for books and tuition. I'm wanting to take, a program that's every bit as difficult as the medical sciences, if not more so, because it involves learning all of the fields of modern engineering and combining them. It's at best a 5-year program if I really crunch it, and is considered more of a 6-year program, and then you're still going to be learning for the rest of your life. They insisted on books and tuition only, and I'm like, that's not going to help me. Um, I'd already gone through and finished high school by working swings and graveyard shifts, and I knew I couldn't do that um, on such an intense program. Um, I just wasn't physically able to do it. Some people are. At any rate, at that time, they were offering a GI Bill, so I decided to go into the military, mainly um, not to fight for God and country, but mainly for that GI Bill. I wanted to become an energy engineer. I did not want to spend the rest of my life in the military. And didn't make it. I didn't make it. I couldn't cut it. It was again another reason why I'd headed for the mountains as a teenager. I didn't think I could fit into this civilization as it is. Um, and it's again because I looked at it and saw that it was all evil, and I didn't want to be a part of it. I'm not saying there's nothing good about our civilization. I'm just saying for the most part, it is ruled by the worst criminals on earth. Selfish, greedy, arrogant people. Now I'm not saying all of them, but for the most part, yes. And their control of money is enslaving the entire world. And that's I'm sorry to say it this plainly to you folks, but that's exactly what the case is. It is not freedom, not in the least, not unless you all unite and demand, like I said, a certain level of economic equality. Now I'm not saying full socialism here. I'm saying that in order for people to have a certain amount of equal rights, truly equal rights under our Constitution as it's written, that you have to have a certain amount of economic equality. You can't have somebody that owns all the money in the world, running the world, and everybody else working for pennies that can't even keep them alive. To the point where, certain percentages of the masses are suffering and dying homeless or starving to death or so on and so forth. That is pure evil. Those are crimes against humanity. How, how come these people that own the banks, that control the World Bank, that control the central banks of nations, that fund, to the tune of trillions of dollars every year, in the military-industrial complex, in other words, sowing death and destruction on Earth, how come those people aren't arrested for all that evidence of crimes against humanity? I mean, that's mountains of ubiquitous evidence before us all that they are enslaving us all, maltreating us all, and actually funding death and destruction more than life by far on Earth. I mean, that's just reality before our eyes. So why aren't they under arrest? And it's because, just like I said, it's because those that are sniffing their way to the money that they create and make are all their slaves. Um, when you walk through town or anything like that, do you have, I mean, the entire precinct of police, escort you where you go? But when the UN, when any of these really wealthy people, WTO, when any of these, I mean, Bilderberg Group, any of them, they have massive amounts of security. Why? Because they have the money, own the money, make the money that everyone else on the entire world slaves for. They are controlling trade between nations and everything. So if a nation doesn't bow to their World Bank control of their nation and their national economy and resources, if some leader tries to be independent, whether it's Libya or Venezuela or whatever, then these wealthy people just crush them. Crush them. They cut them off from the World Bank and from the central bank and from the ability to trade goods, services, and resources, to the point where the entire nation, starves. And that's how the wealthy people have taken global control of the world, through the World Bank and through the central banks of nations. Now it helps, right? It helps certain things like transacting business between nations, to have a global network of finances where we agree about values of goods and services between nations and trade and so on and so forth, creates whatever you know um, sufficient relations to enable global control of the world's resources by the wealthiest people on earth, and that's how it is. Money is created and made out of thin air. It is not backed by. It is all fiat currency. So it's not wrong of any nation to have their own fiat currency. In fact, as far as I can tell, that's how America was created. That's how we were actually free. Now, yes, it was said that originally that the American dollar was funded and linked to the gold in Fort Knox or whatever, and I'm just like, no. I mean, yeah, the note said this is good for a certain amount of whatever gold or a certain amount of silver. Originally, that's how it was printed, but it's not anymore. And that's because, I mean, it's all now in modern technology. It's all digitally created. It's just numbers in an electrical system, the world banking system. It's not backed by gold, diamonds, oil, anything like that. Now, all those things have monetary value, yes, but money is not actually linked to any of it. It's just, again, digital credits that are created. And the way the system works is that the World Bank lends, and again, the wealthiest families on earth, create the money everybody else works for. And yes, that is the way it is. Okay, I don't want to hear any BS from them. That's all you'll ever hear though in the news is total BS. from them, unless one of their many paid minions finally, has enough courage to stand up and tell the truth to the world. But for the most part, everything you hear over the television is all approved scripted media. Okay, in other words, you're just being distracted, so they can do whatever they want, while um, as long as you don't, buck the system, um, make any difficulties for them. Those that do, like those that wrote the truth about 911 and how it was all orchestrated by them and so on and so forth. Um, Two Towers, 911, obviously controlled demolition. I'm not saying all of the authors exposing that it was inside job. Um, and again, it's again or all orchestrated by the wealthiest people. Sure, there's real terrorists, okay, and sure, real terrorists have certain notions and certain ideas, but they cannot do what they did without the knowledge of many people in power. We have, I mean, constant satellite trafficking, air traffic control continually. We have, I mean, military at standby. I mean, constantly for any type of activity like what happened at 911. When I saw certain types of footage about the Pentagon, it looked to me like it was a missile hit, not an airplane. And where's the fuselage and the wreckage from the plane itself if another plane hit the Pentagon? So I'm just saying, when I looked into the events of 911, it looked to me like, I mean, treason. Um, I don't know how else to say it. I'm just saying, folks, that everything you're told on the news through the major networks is scripted and approved. It's not necessarily what happened at all in reality. If their official story that we were attacked by terrorists successfully, then those terrorists were committing an act of war against our nation, and those terrorists belong to um, a political organization known by the name of Islam. So then, why is there an Islamic mosque constructed on the soil of America at the place where you know Islamic terrorists attacked our nation? If this is not treason on the part of those allowing all of this to take place. So I'm just saying, folks, our country, our nation, and the entire world is being controlled and manipulated by wealthy, evil people, and they all should be under arrest. Is what should be happening. And their palaces and their mansions and their holdings and their claim about the of owning the planet and all its natural resources, all of that should just be ripped up and thrown out as total trash. I'm serious. Why are we leaving these people in power when they're committing such obvious crimes against humanity? Why are the masses, I mean, content to let you and your children suffer day by day? Why they live in palaces, boat on yachts, I mean, drink champagne, eat caviar, the finest food and beverages every single day, while many are starving to death and dying homeless in the streets. My own personal experience about our civilization is that it has fallen so far away from God that it is in danger of being falling completely. That if the people in the good people of America, the true Christians that are still left in our country, don't stand up and demand that the Holy Bible be put back in our public schools and prayer immediately and throw out that hogwash about, I mean, can you imagine how much the devil is laughing? They're arguing that they're descended from apes and pond scum. They're actually arguing that they're no better than an animal. It's one of the most derogatory lies of the devil yet in all of history. That is the theory of evolution. And it is pure crap. No matter how you slice it or dice it, what the fossil record does show is that there were, I mean, millions and millions of fully formed organisms from single cells on up to multi-trillion celled creatures as large as dinosaurs that have all gone extinct. So we're talking bigger, stronger, I mean, mightier creatures in the past. We're not talking evolution here, folks. We're talking extinction. When you see sedimentary layers, I mean many layers, that doesn't necessarily mean that those layers were laid down by millions of years or billions of years or anything like that. The flood can explain sedimentary deposits in all those layers globally. Say, for instance, a volcano, whatever. Let's just say their claims were true. I don't believe any of their claims. Again, never believe anybody's opinion over the contents of the Holy Bible ever. But let's just say that for some reason we're misunderstanding those contents. And let's just say that, you know, the universe is indeed whatever billions and billions of years old, like these people claim. Okay. I don't like to engage in these hypotheticals, but I'm just saying, let's just say. If you have all kinds of dirt and rock and everything on this earth that has been around that long, a flood could take all those sediments, I'm talking whole mountains of sediment, whole continents of sediments, and displace them. When you're talking about not just a regional flood, but a global flood, we're talking about moving, I mean, entire mountains of rocks, of minerals, of everything in there. Take a look at a tsunami. A tsunami, right, comes in. Let's just say you've got modern buildings, construct cars and everything. A tsunami comes in. We're not talking about a global event here. We're just talking about a regional event of a coastal flood. And it comes in and it completely levels the shore. Buildings, I mean, cars, all of it all buried. And it's buried in all those ocean sediments on the ocean floor that did not harden because it's all mud and it's not rock at all. It's muds and sands and grains and so, and it gets swept up over and buries. I mean, civilization as we know it, just with one tsunami. But we're talking about a global flood in which even the highest mountains were completely covered with water. That's what history records. And again, the one who spoke to the wind and the waves and raised the dead and healed the sick and fed people out of thin air and demonstrated in every way that creation obeys the creator. Just by him speaking, creation obeys. In other words, Jesus Christ demonstrated openly and publicly that he's God. And yes, he did. And no ifs, ands, or buts about that. He said he was the way to eternal life, and that, and then he proved it by publicly dying It's not just recorded in the Holy Bible, but more than 11 external sources of historians. Some claim as many as 20 external sources of historians at that time. And again, this has all been linked. In other words, the people that lived were real people in the Holy Bible. They cite um, governors, kings, rulers of that time and that era that have been verified by archaeologists and anthropologists through study in ancient history, the ruins of ancient cities, and so on and so forth, where they find things like certain buildings that had certain inscriptions on them with the names of the people mentioned in the Holy Bible and so on. These were real people, folks. The Holy Bible is not mythological fairy tales or anything like that. These are well verified facts of history recorded in the contents of the sacred text. Okay? When I say well verified, I'm talking about more thoroughly verified than all other ancient history in the entire world by far. I'm saying that people have spent their entire lifetimes just taking one aspect of the Holy Bible and just researching just that one aspect and writing encyclopedic volumes of commentaries on just that one aspect. The Holy Bible is not just the most published and translated book in the entire world, and with good reason. But it is the most studied, the most thoroughly researched, and the most thoroughly verified literature on the entire planet by far, having generated even millions of other books just upon various aspects of certain contents that it mentions, including the flood. Now, the one who walked on water confirmed that Noah's flood was global. So anyone denying the flood is calling Jesus Christ himself, God himself, a liar. And as far as I'm concerned, is and I don't use this word lightly, is guilty of heresy, is a heretic. You cannot, absolutely cannot, disdain the contents of the Holy Bible. They are backed by God himself. At least if you call yourself a Christian. So, I'm not saying I'm in either category of old or new earth creationists at all. Because God tells us that he's in all, through all, and above all. So I don't believe you can look at creation and date it just by its properties. I believe we have to take God at his word as he's declared his words in the Holy Bible. Plain and simple. I believe I believe that's the act of faith that he's asking. It doesn't require great faith at all, folks. Again, no one else in the entire history of the world does what Jesus Christ does as proof he is the one true God. So if he said that this is exactly what happened, he created the heavens and the earth, he created the heavens and the earth. There isn't really any other rational explanation. I'm sorry, there just isn't. Imagining a singularity that exploded and created all forms of mass, matter, energy with a self-assembling universe, self-assembling, planets, stars, self-assembling, elements, atoms, all just naturally without any type of intelligence, without an eternal God is just, I'm sorry, it's just not rational. I have thought it through. More than I think anybody on this planet has thought it through. To the point where I called on a living God and I was like, look, if you exist, you can hear me. And I'm not one of these people that just bows to somebody or something he only believes in. I have to know you beyond all doubt. Now, I didn't ask God to appear to me or anything like that. I just asked him to remove all doubt. And he responded by appearing to me. And he removed all doubt. So I have seen the risen Lord Jesus Christ face to face. And I am telling you, point blank, that the Holy Bible is telling us the truth. I have verified those contents with him. So anybody, anywhere, I mean, dismissing the contents of the Holy Bible looks to me like you are absolutely deceived. I'm saying that as politely as I possibly can say it. Because after he appeared to me and after he taught me, I began researching. I mean, from Genesis to Revelation, every single thing it says. And I found that those contents are the very reason books exist, or the very reason for the age of enlightenment and reason, the very reason for the sciences, the very reasons for the virtues, for civil rights, for freedoms, for everything good in this world. It all goes back to God and the contents of the Holy Bible, absolutely positively. Now, I'm not saying nobody anywhere else has ever done anything good or right, commendable. I'm just saying that in Western civilization, Europe and America, and the freedoms we enjoy, I mean, anything good about our civilization traces back to God and the contents of the Holy Bible. Yes, it absolutely does, including public education. So to have it ripped away from the church, which is where public education began, and put into the hands of the state and especially of antichrists like Rockefeller, who was quoted by saying that he determined war finance to be the most profitable. In other words, picture somebody so greedy they rub their hands together, uh, knowing that they are drenching themselves in innocent blood soaked bills. I determined sending you off to fight and die in wars of my making, just so I could be rich, is what he's saying. And that's what they've been doing. The drug companies, by and large, medications do not, absolutely do not, heal you. First of all, we've determined toxins in our food, cosmetics, I mean, sunscreen, almost everything that gives you skin cancer. They blame the sun. They say it's the sun, but there are people on islands. There are people that live in the Himalayas. I mean, at the thinnest parts of our atmosphere, that get sun their whole life and live into their 90s or even past 100. It's the toxins. It's the carcinogens that they put in the sunscreen itself that you put on your skin. Now, I'm not talking about all forms of ointments and tinctures are deliberately messing with our bodies. I'm talking about that there are an awful lot of cosmetics, hygiene products, food and beverages and everything that are making us sick. Diabetes, as far as I can tell, is the largest epidemic in the history of the world. Type 2 diabetes now affects the entire, at least a third of the global population, and more than half of the global population is pre-diabetic. They know that it's due to refined sugars, especially high fructose corn syrup. And yet, high fructose corn syrup remains one of the most heavily used additives in all processed foods today. So, medical science is saying this stuff is killing, billions of us prematurely, and the manufacturers are not held accountable, and they're still using all these things. They're still using carcinogens and all kinds in other words, toxic chemicals in all kinds of products that they sell us. So factually, truly, they're manufacturing things that are provably killing us in horrific ways. And none of them are being held accountable. They don't care. Rothschild was quoted, let me control the money and I don't care about who makes the laws. I'm not quoting verbatim, but generally that's it. That as long as they control the money that everybody else works for, they control the lawmakers. They control the rest of us. So I'm saying it's the World Bank and the banking system at this point that needs new ownership, new management. And if these people living in palaces do not start treating the rest of humanity right, and if the masses don't stand up for your lives, stand up for your lives, please. As long as you put anybody in office in our so-called elected system that kisses the butts of these wealthy people, you're never going to come out from under them. You have to unite and be ready to work with anybody that's willing to go after these people and arrest them for their crimes against humanity. Now, I once was angry enough that despite how much I was hurting um, and sick, volunteered to do that for you. I just not well enough. I'm sorry. So all I can do at this point is tell you the truth and hope that you'll let everybody you can know until the point where this type of evil ends on earth. And I hope it doesn't take God returning in fiery flames to make that happen. I hope mankind will do it themselves. Because otherwise, man, the future is not bright at all. If you continue to leave the most wicked people in power that continue to lie to your children to the point where none of them know God anymore, then law and order will fail. Do you understand that law and order is only maintained by lawful citizenry? By people who have honor and integrity inside themselves? It's not maintained any other way, folks. If you all become wicked and corrupt, law and order fails. And what will happen is just mass chaos, anarchy, bloodshed, death, and destruction. Crime everywhere. You won't be able to trust anybody. It's only personal honor and integrity that 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 keeps civilization civilized, lawful. And that's why Jesus Christ is our Savior. He saves us by coming into our lives, and the one who rules the universe by ruling our lives keeps us from descending into that type of wickedness, self-destructive stupidity on earth, hell on earth. He's the one who maintains law and order by keeping you lawful. And if you all reject him, then the way he maintains law and order is by destroying you. In other words, if you all become wicked like the devil, to the point where you're raping, robbing, murdering each other constantly, to the point where there's just nothing good on earth anywhere, then he'll incinerate the planet. He sent the flood and destroyed wicked mankind then. And it's because people were so wicked that they were, kind of like today. More than 1 billion babies have been slaughtered by their own parents. And why do parents want to slaughter their own babies? Why would anyone want to do that? Unless their own experience of being in this world is so awful that they can't stand the idea of bringing, their own child into it. It's a commentary about how horrible life is for so many people. I don't know. Maybe there's many reasons. You know, and there are. Um, Sometimes abortions are committed to cover up the fact that there was an adulterous affair. Sometimes they're committed because the people were too young and too poor. They don't think they could raise their child and they didn't want to turn their child over to somebody else. Sometimes rape, sometimes, I mean, more often than not, it's personal reasons and financial reasons. It's still an incredibly evil thing to kill your own babies. Again, I took a look at this world and I was so horrified that I ran for the mountains. And I'm not saying I'm better than anybody else. I'm just saying that I couldn't stand it as a young person. It's even worse today. Now I'm fighting, and I titled this video "Survival." Um, Survival is about understanding that it's not just your knowledge and your desire to live, but it's about understanding your life ultimately is in the hands of our eternal Creator. In other words, whether we live or whether we die, we belong to God, and it's up to God to decide where we're going to spend eternity. And He tells us in the Holy Bible that there's a very real heaven to be gained and a very real hell to be shunned. And I'm telling you, folks, that what God says is absolutely true. I'm not saying this for any other reason, but that I have been persuaded by my own life experience that the contents of the Holy Bible, from Genesis to Revelation, are absolutely positively true. Provably divinely inspired words from our eternal Creator. When I say provably, not just the many verified facts of history it contains are verified facts of history, okay? Including the fact that Jesus Christ came in the flesh, said what He said, and did what He did, just exactly as it's recorded in the Holy Bible. Folks, people do not die for lies, for created stories, for fiction. And the apostles gave their lives saying that they had seen and heard God firsthand. So they were absolutely persuaded that Jesus Christ is the one true God. They didn't just, how do you say, accept firing squad, guillotines, quick deaths. They were tortured, sometimes for days, for prolonged periods. They were given, how do you say, days in advance of their sentencing and executions to think and opportunities to recant, to escape their torturous demises. And not only did they not recant, but while they were being tortured, they refused to recant as well. Some were stoned to death. And I mean, Stephen was recorded as while he was being stoned of saying that he saw the Lord Jesus Christ standing at the right hand of God. Now, some people think that that means Jesus Christ isn't God. Now, the right hand of God throughout Scripture is referring to the power of God. It's the same type of idiom that we use today, my right hand man, as being somebody that is entrusted with, power and authority. Okay? So no, God exists eternally. He exists everywhere, at all times, forever and ever and ever. So nobody can literally sit at His right hand or literally stand at His right hand unless you're standing literally at the right hand of Jesus Christ. When the scriptures say right hand of God, it's saying that God, the eternal God, the one who exists at all times and everywhere, and even beyond creation, transcends creation, has, how do you say, imbued all His power and authority in the person of Jesus Christ. It's what the scriptures are saying every time it says Jesus Christ is sitting on the throne of God, Jesus Christ is sitting at the right hand of God, Jesus Christ is standing at the right hand of God. Anytime it says right hand of God, that just means power of God. God, God, how do you say, like I said, exists eternally, pervasively, and so he doesn't have a literal right hand. It doesn't mean that God, the eternal creator, Jesus Christ, can't make his hands the size of the universe if he wants. He can do whatever he wants. He's God. And that's another thing, that he showed me that he can do. God is not confined by our thinking, our imaginations at all. He's just confined by his own words because he never lies, because he's perfect, truthful, totally good and virtuous. So anything he says in the Holy Bible is absolutely, positively, that's the way it is. No ifs, ands, or buts. So there is a very real lake of fire he's going to cast the devil into, and everybody that follows him. And if you don't want to end up there, you need to call on the Lord Jesus Christ and say, Lord Jesus, forgive me of all my sins. Come into my life by your Holy Spirit of truth and let me know you. And you need to get baptized in his name. You need to obey his commandment. Repent and be baptized in the name of Jesus Christ for the remission of your sins. That is the payment in full of your sins, so that you don't end up in that lake of fire, so that you don't end up in hellfire. I don't want you to go there. He doesn't want you to go there. But you will go there if you disobey him, if you refuse to repent, if you continue to believe lies instead of the truth. You must stand on the contents of the Holy Bible, folks. Word for word, Genesis to Revelation. Don't. I'm not saying you can't research them. I'm not saying you can't. I did. I'm not saying you can't take them to God and say, explain this to me. I don't understand it. Or it doesn't seem true based on everything that I know and have learned. Please explain to me how this passage can be true. Because that's the one thing I have found about the Holy Bible, is that people do not understand those contents correctly. Especially if they don't know God. They absolutely don't understand them then. I can explain it to them, right? I know God, so I can. Now, I don't know everything there is to know, just when I say that. It's just like you can know a professor and not know everything that professor knows. You can know, an expert judo master and not be an expert judo master yourself. Just by knowing God doesn't make us instantly omniscient, is what I'm saying, or instantly omnipotent, or instantly anything. It just means that we know him and we are learning from him. And so what I have learned from him, I will say, I know this is absolutely true because I have learned this from God himself. And I'm telling you that those contents, the contents of the Holy Bible, are to be trusted for all time above the opinions of anyone, past, present, or future. Those are words from God, and provably so. And when I say that, I'm saying that you can verify those contents with him, who is the author. Go ahead. Verify him yourself. Jesus Christ is alive, folks. He's alive evermore, so he can answer anybody and everybody with enough sense to call upon him. Now, he's not your, servant or slave to come, Lord Jesus, appear before me right now instead, to do your bidding. No. But if you humbly seek him, to know him, and to learn from him as the one true God that he is, he will reveal himself to you. He doesn't lie, and he says everybody who loves and obeys him, he will reveal himself, manifest himself to you. So that's why I can tell you with all certainty that that's the case. He did it for me. Now, I'm not saying it was an easy thing, folks. In other words, I went beyond death and back to know God. Okay, so I'm not saying it wasn't. I'm not saying that when he manifested himself to me that it was me snapping my fingers at all. No, I was prostrate on the floor weeping, basically, and determining, whether or not I should even exist anymore. How do you say, at the lowest of point in my life. where I had just been through so much. I mean, hell in this world that I just didn't want to live. If this was all there was, I thought even if I was the richest man in the entire world, even if the whole world loved me, even if I had a loving wife and kids and everything, if I had the how do you say the best that you could possibly imagine that this world offers, if this was all there was, first of all, I knew that my dreams were as far from me ever being able to achieve them as the farthest galaxy is from our planet. They were that far away, based on my experience. And second of all, um, I knew that even if I could achieve such things as I could, the highest aspirations of my dreams, that if this life was all there was, if we're just here and gone that fast, I'm like, I wanted to be gone. There was nothing in this world that I could see worth living for. And this was by the age of 22. I mean, at 16, I hated civilization so much I headed for the mountains. By the time I was 22, I'd been in two branches of the military. I had had over 50 different jobs, and then I'm talking in various fields and careers, and none of them were like anything lasting or fulfilling or satisfying. It was all just labor, more hard labor, and pitiful wages. It was all just horrible. So by the time I was 22, I was bitter. I was angry. I believed that there was a God, but I didn't know him, and believing was not enough to give me incentive to want to endure this hell on earth. I'm not trying to depress anybody. I'm just trying to tell you the truth from my own perspective. I'm not saying I never had any good days or never met any good people or never had any fun moments or anything like that. I'm just saying it all combined. Um, my experience of so-called civilization in this world was hellish. I didn't want any part of it. Um, both the Army and the Navy used proven brainwashing techniques on new recruits. Now, I don't know if everybody was aware that they were being brainwashed, but I was. And I was just like, well, if I want to, I don't know, be promoted, get better pay, have a successful career, get honorably discharged, get my, so-called GI Bill, assistance for college, I have got to play this game. You know, I got to play it according to their rules. And I just couldn't do it. I tried. I really did. I just couldn't do it. I was just keenly aware that I was being subjected to people that I couldn't respect no matter how hard I tried. Um, Mean people, evil people, unintelligent people. I mean, no matter how hard I tried, I just could not. Just could not be a yes sir, yes sergeant, yes, whatever. I just couldn't do it. And I'm not saying that those that can. I'm not looking down upon those that have served in the military at all. I, for me, I'm like, wow, you're actually stronger, better than me. I couldn't do it. I wasn't strong enough. I couldn't play that game. I wasn't smart enough. I wasn't strong enough. I was just a person that I couldn't stand it. Now I'm not saying that I'm not willing to fight for what I believe in. That's exactly what I'm doing by making these videos. I'm saying I'm tired of watching the wealthy manipulate the poor masses. I've read enough of history where that's all they've been doing for generations and generations. Where poor people have been suffering and dying and suffering and dying and suffering and dying their whole lives under wealthy, greedy, evil oppressors. And it's still going on today. I hate it. Now, I worked very hard. Um, After God revealed himself to me, I was like, okay, with God, maybe I can finally succeed in this world. So I worked after he revealed himself to me. I spent, and again, what happened, again, I titled this video Survival because I've survived things that I mean, like I said, I've died numerous times and come back. So my take on survival is a bit different than your typical, I mean, so-called survivalist. Yes, we have to be aware about our environment, about what conditions and circumstances we're trying to survive. For instance, if you create a survival pack, like I did for going into the mountains, you want survival gear related to that environment, and that's what I put in my pack. Now, I didn't want to have contact with civilization, but if I had wanted contact with civilization, um, one of the things at 16, I didn't know these existed, but I did have some batteries and some battery powered um, gear equipment, just in case I needed emergency lighting at night or whatever. Okay, but batteries also can be used to spark, fires and so on and so forth. So, but what I'm getting at is if you want to have contact with civilization, there's all kinds of conditions and circumstances that are very real possibilities of the future, including power outages. So they make these things that are hand crank generators for radios and for flashlights. You can just use Google or any search engine on Amazon or whatever, and hand crank generators, hand crank generator flashlight, hand crank generator radio, hand crank generator, electrical generator for anything. It's the same kind of things that they have these little generators that you can put on your bicycle that'll generate enough electricity to light a light so you don't have to use batteries. It just automatically, while you're biking, if it's at night, you just flick the generator onto the wheel, and the wheel powered generator begins running and generating electricity and powers your headlight or your turn signals or whatever you have on your bike. Well, at any rate, they make hand crank generators attached right to diode operated flashlights now, and radios and so on and so forth, and even generators for walkie talkies or whatever. So you still have electrical devices, provided you have either some form of power generator that's like a hand crank or bike crank or solar powered or whatever. What I'm getting at is it's up to you to determine what contents you want in your survival packs. If you're gonna help the homeless these days, okay, first of all, according to statistics, at least 40%, some say as much as 50% of the homeless are truly disabled people. That's alarming, because if they're truly disabled people, according to their own government statistics that I've read, then why aren't those people on disability insurance? Why aren't they housed? That's alarming. And another, I don't know, 20%, like a total of like 70% of homeless people, disabled, uh, veterans, elderly people. real people dying by exposure before our eyes. This is supposed to be the greatest nation in the history of the world. Why is that the horrific fate of innocent people? One of the reasons is that the wealthy have not only taken control of all the resources of the earth and all the money of the earth, but they're buying up all the real property, all the real estate of the earth, to the point where poor people can't own anything. And they get pushed and pushed and pushed further and further out until the point where they just can't take it anymore and they end up homeless. So, economic inequality creates fundamental inequality to the point where the rich are getting away with genocide against the poor. That's really what's taking place on Earth before our eyes, all over this planet. If you want to, how do you say, be naive and claim that it's not one of their many forms of population management, okay, it is. It is. It absolutely is one of their many forms of population management. Okay, but if you want to be naive and claim that it's just negligence, it's still criminal negligence on their part. Do you own all the money in the world? If you did and you were aware that people in your own nation were dying homeless before your eyes, would you just let it happen? And if you were aware that statistics show those people are truly innocent people, actually truly disabled, the elderly, senior citizens included. Now, most of them don't reach that age because exposure to the elements causes them to die prematurely, according to their own statistics, 20 years sooner than those means. So they know that poverty kills people 20 years sooner on average than those that have means. Do you have all the money to rectify that? But they do. So how is that not criminal negligence? How is that not at least criminal negligence on their part? When they have all the money and could pay livable wages. Here in America, after I watched, I've been keeping track of minimum wage because, unfortunately for me, I was, like I said, began in the servile industry, so I was working at minimum wage or just a notch above for many years of my life. And so I've been keeping track with minimum wage compared to the cost of living. And throughout my lifetime. And it's been getting further and further and further away from being able to meet the cost of living. So the rich are aware that minimum wage, that working 40 hours for minimum wage a week is not enough to keep you alive. It doesn't meet the cost of living today. 40 hours of minimum wage doesn't even pay average rents across America today, let alone all the other expenses of living, staying alive. So they know that a significant percentage of Americans and people all over this world are working every waking moment and can't pay their bills. So it's been getting farther and farther away from keeping up with the cost of living because due to wealth concentration and due to their agendas of population management, the wealth inequality has been getting, in other words, the gap between the rich, the haves and the have-nots has been getting wider and wider to the point where there's no longer a middle class in America. Or if it is, it's just now a tiny segment of the population, something like less than 10% of the people. 5% or so. Wealth inequality is so drastic. It looks like poverty is about 50% of the people today, and then it goes up just a tiny notch above poverty, but still poverty. And then it finally gets up to the middle class around the 80% of the population mark, um, low middle class, and then about 85%, you know, to 90% is about true middle class, and then the first 5% of the last 10% of the people are upper class, and then about 2% of the population are wealthier than some nations on Earth, and then 1% are so wealthy that they basically control the money that everybody else works for in the entire world. So, um, wealth inequality creates fundamental inequality to the point where people are being oppressed to the point where they die prematurely. Those are crimes against humanity, folks. So what I'm saying is that I recommend the solution needs to be is that we still have capitalism, yes, but that we create minimum standards that preserve equality between people lifelong to the point where nobody is dying homeless in the streets. That's just totally unacceptable. That just means we're in an unbelievably evil world. To have the elderly and disabled dying homeless. Anybody dying homeless. It's an unbelievably cruel fate. Okay. Um, it's not just that. It's like I said. It's everything. It's the wars. It's it's them forcing you to pay tens of thousands of dollars for higher education, knowing that makes you an indentured servant of theirs. The Bible says it in plain English. The borrower is servant to the lender. It means the bankers, the wealthy people, are enslaving the masses. They're not liberating us. They're not creating a free society of educated and civilized people. They're enslaving the world. They're oppressing the crap out of people. They're killing us. They're destroying hopes, dreams, and lives. So what I'm getting at is after about 40 years of intensely watching the gap between the cost of living and minimum wage grow and grow and grow, we finally got a long overdue needed correction in minimum wage. It still wasn't enough to catch up with what it used to be uh, 40, 50 years ago compared to the cost of living. In other words, the cost of living used to be within minimum wage's grasp or close to it. But then the cost of living kept getting further and further away to the point where if people were only making minimum wage, they had to work two jobs. And then it kept getting further and further away to the point where if people were making minimum wage, they had to work three jobs. And I'm talking full time jobs to try to meet the cost of living. In other words, poor people working every waking moment and still not able to pay their bills. That is no acceptable quality of life. And that violates every labor union strike we ever had that even implemented the idea of a 40-hour work week being how do you say, not ideal, but shouldn't be more than in order to pay your bills, in order to meet the cost of living. And now with the dissolution of unions and so on and so forth, to the point where people are working at anything they can find, um, they're working 80, 100-hour weeks, 120-hour weeks. It's still not enough. To the point where we have a whole nother segment of the population today that actually lives out of their cars. Eh, they're homeless. They're homeless. but they're not even registering on the homeless statistics, because what they do is they get these mailboxes that have a physical address so that they don't appear like they're homeless even though they are, and they live in their car. I'm pausing because when I was 16, I took a look at it and I couldn't stand it, and it's worse. This is what I want everybody to do. I want, first of all, everybody to really humble yourselves and pray to the living God to right these wrongs. He's the only one that really can do it. Yes, you can do it if you'll unite and agree, but unity on that level is an act of God. Because so many of you are so busy and so stressed, you just don't anymore unite. If you did, you'd realize in unity is the real power here on earth, if you'll agree. And so I'm saying you got to agree. Because after that long overdue raise on minimum wage, they immediately jacked petrol prices to, I mean, 3, 4, and even 5 times higher than it was in just a matter of a year or two. And that immediately inflated the entire cost of living. And while that horrific thing is going on, inflating the entire cost of living, food, I mean, all goods and services are connected with crude prices. So jacking crude prices immediately caused massive inflation. People started borrowing money just to stay alive. So the bankers jacked interest rates to 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 further enslave and oppress the masses, to maximize the cruelty of this massive inflation. Penalizing you for daring to borrow to try to stay alive. What should be happening is the arrests of all those managing the central bank of our nation for economic genocide. People like Gates, right? He's aware that food prices have doubled and tripled in just a few years. People can't keep up with that. Nobody's getting raises like that. Nobody's getting double and triple raises in just 2 and 3 years. Especially not the working poor. So our quality of life is going down to the point where they're killing us. Fraud everywhere in the name of business. Online fraud, internet fraud. All kinds of businesses are committing frauds. I'm not saying that it's rampant, but I'm saying it's prevalent enough that they have whole new kinds of insurance, like identity theft and so on and so forth these days, due to all the hacking, due to all the scams, due to all the phishing scams, due to all the fraudulent businesses. There's this ongoing thing between the medical services industry and the insurance industries, medical insurance industries, where the medical providers deliberately inflate their bill sent to the insurance companies because they know that the insurance companies deliberately refuse to pay no matter what they send them those bills, and only pay a certain percentage. So the medical service providers deliberately inflate the bill, sometimes double, triple, sometimes more than 10 times what it should be, to the point where for a tiny plastic nose piece for your CPAP that really only costs like a matter of 20 cents to make, $20 or more. In other words, sometimes the bill is inflated to 10 or even 100 times what that thing actually costs to manufacture. Now, I'm not saying that they don't deserve some profit for their effort, for the labor, the materials, the engineering required, because it's all extensive. That's how I know the universe did not assemble itself. To even make an air-filled rubber ball requires massive amounts of machinery, engineering, man hours, design. If you watch how it's made, the Science Channel, how it's made, then you know that there's no way life created itself. There's no way the universe created itself. There's no way even a tiny atom created itself. It had to have been engineered by our Creator. Had to have. There's just no other reasonable explanation. But I know that now, but I'm just trying to give you food for thought because there's so many of you that, in my opinion, are not thinking. Now, the scriptures say, don't make yourself overly wise, for why will you add to yourself sorrow? And so I'm sorry to say that that part of the scripture is very true. The more that we actually know what's going on in the universe and in this world, um, how can you not be sad about it? Now, I'm not saying be suicidally depressed. I'm just saying that without God, I was. Even with God, I struggle. I really struggle. Because I know heaven is so much better. I think that's why he doesn't give everybody a taste. Because I mean, look at Paul, right? I mean, Paul got a taste of heaven, and he didn't fear death. Um, um, some people, it looked like he was trying to get himself killed. All right, and I'm sure that's how I look to some people by saying the things that I'm saying, but I'm not. I'm not. I'm not suicidal. I'm not trying to get myself killed. I'm just telling you all the truth because this is my way of fighting, um, not just for my own survival but for yours. This is all I can do is tell the truth as I see it. And when I say as I see it, yes, reality is very subjective when we look at it. But based on my objective reading of 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 history and and of present day reality, I believe that I'm telling you not just my subjective opinion about things, but that I'm telling you my objective conclusions about these things. That that mankind is factually oppressed this day by some of the most selfish, wicked, greedy, and arrogant people the world's ever known. That they are looking down their noses at all of you, and that's why you're all being maltreated, paid such pitiful wages. That you have to have the reason, um, the notion of self worth and dignity to unite together and stand up to them and say we're not going to take this crap anymore. I, you demand a certain level by law of wealth equality that protects your life from homelessness and starvation now and for all future generations. In other words, Christ said you always have the poor among you. That is, you're always going to have people that are less wealthy than others, but that doesn't mean that they should be starving to death homeless. So I'm saying have enough decency to recognize that what is taking place by wealth concentration on this scale today is actually criminal behavior. People being so selfish and so greedy that they're driving poor people to homelessness and premature deaths, cruel deaths. And it's not just the 1%. It's real estate professionals, right? Okay, they're getting paid a certain percentage of all real estate transactions. So the way they make their living is by bartering and trading real property. So what they're doing now is they're buying one property, sitting on it maybe for a year, maybe for 2 years, maybe not even that long, maybe just for a matter of days, and then they're flipping it for a profit, and they get paid every time these things transact back and forth. But what that does is it causes runaway inflation on real property to the point where only a few years ago, um, it might have been $1,000 an acre parcel, but after only 5 years, it's now $10,000 or more per acre. And then you start finding out that people like Gates and Turner have bought up millions of acres of ag land. And so then you start wondering, okay, they're saying that we have cattle shortages due to mad cow disease. They're saying that there was avian flu outbreak among chickens, so eggs and poultry went up. They're saying that there was even diseases among pigs, so pork went up. They're saying that all these things just happened to hit America all at once. Have you ever read Deuteronomy chapter 28? If you haven't, you should. Because all those curses uh, from God, consequences from our Creator, are what's happening to our country now, that we're teaching kids that came from pond scum and monkeys instead of God. I mean, if they're telling us the truth that there's plagues among our cattle, among our pigs, among our chickens, among the entire food industry, to the point where there's actually food shortages, things that are just disappearing that you can't even buy anymore, let alone even at these inflated prices. If they're saying that we're having crop failures and freezes and that all these things are the real reason for this sudden inflation, if they're saying that there really is a real disease, COVID, that's a real pandemic that's plaguing humanity to the point where there's a shortage in labor across the entire industry of food processing and manufacturing, which is causing groceries to double, triple, or even completely vanish from our shelves. If that's true, read Deuteronomy chapter 28. Because if that's true, then all these things are absolutely divine warnings that we're headed for things even worse if we don't return to God zealously. I don't believe it's true. What I believe is true. What I'm saying is I believe part of it's true, not all of it. What I'm saying by that is I mean that yes, there are diseases. Yes, there are labor shortages. Yes, there is inflation. Yes, there is all kinds of factors contributing to these trying times, which leads me again back to Deuteronomy 28 and the fact that this was America was declared a Christian nation, and if it was a Christian nation, it should still be one today, and yet we have for the past 30 years or more people that believe they came from pond scum and monkeys instead of God. And so we have a growing percentage of God denying fools calling themselves atheists. Now, I was one of those fools because I was brainwashed in our public education system just like they were. But I have the sense now to recognize that it indeed happened to me. And the only reason I have that sense is because I have the sense to consider the possibility that there actually might be a God, a real God. and eternal creator. Enough to call upon him. And to call upon him in terms like, I have to know you. If you let me know you, you know I'll serve you now and forever. Now, you don't have to do that to know God. I just didn't know any other way because nobody had ran it down to me. Or if they had, the devil had taken it from my mind to the point where I didn't remember it or know it. In other words, even if I had read it across, my eyes had come across it in the Holy Bible somehow, someday, or I was at a church sometime in the past as a little kid or something, I could not remember anybody saying that I could know God. I remember people saying, you just have to believe in God, sonny, type thing like that. Believe. And I'm like, I can't do that. I'm not wired that way. How can you obey a belief, a concept? I couldn't do it. The Holy Bible tells us that there would be a time when everybody would be telling their neighbors, their brothers, their families, you need to know the Lord. Know the Lord, know the Lord, know the Lord, know the Lord. Know him. You got to know him. Now, the only time I ever see that happening in history that I've read. Now, I'm not saying there haven't been revivals here and there and so on and so forth, but the only time I've ever seen it, recorded in history where they were actually telling people, you must know the Lord, is in the book of Acts, right after he poured out his Holy Spirit in those days. Now, I've read other books of people that have been filled with his Spirit ever since then that do say know the Lord. But I haven't read anywhere in history where everybody was going to their neighbors and telling everybody in their families, you have to know the Lord. You have to know him. And that's what I'm waiting to hear, and that's what I'm waiting to see. That's what I really want to hear and see before I die. It's people passing on that message. Know the Lord. Know him. Not believe, know. Personally know him. The scriptures tell us in 1 Thessalonians chapter 1, verses 8 and 9, that he's going to return in flaming fire, taking vengeance on those who do not know him. Do you know the Lord Jesus Christ? I'm not talking about head knowledge have a knowledge about him, understand that he's a real person that existed in history. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying, do you know God personally? You need to know him. And I'm saying the only way you can know God personally is by obeying him. You have to repent and be baptized in his name, just like he commands. Whether you understand that commandment or not, you have to do it. I did it. I didn't understand it. But when I did it, still not understanding it, I was praying things. I was just being honest with God. I was like, God, I don't even know what this word repent really means. But if this is truly a commandment from you, then cause me to repent. Give me true repentance. I want to fulfill this commandment if it is from you. And baptism. I didn't know how baptism was to be performed or what it meant. I mean, not fully, not really. So I was like, honest again with God. I'm like, God, I don't know what this means. But if you want me to be baptized, then I'm willing to do it. Baptize me yourself, God, so that I know that it was done right. And provide somebody down here that to baptize me correctly, that knows how to baptize me correctly, so I know it's done right. And this gift of this Holy Spirit, I don't know what that is. But if repenting and being baptized in your name ensures this promise, and it's really a promise from you, God, to receive this gift of this Holy Spirit, whatever that is, then let me know I've received it beyond all doubt. I mean, I was totally clueless. Like I said, nobody broke it down to me. Nobody ran it down to me. I didn't even know what they thought it meant, what other people thought it meant. I mean, spirit. Just saying that word conjures up all kinds of connotations from people. Anything from a ghost to like a feeling. The spirit of St. Louis, freedom or whatever. I mean, people don't even know. What I'm saying is, just by saying a word doesn't automatically mean that people understand what that word even means. And I was just honest with God. I read the Holy Bible, and I did not understand. Absolutely did not understand what it was saying. And I was just honest with God about that. Even if you have people tell you, like I can tell you now that I know what repentance really means. Some people will say it means you were running with the devil, and you got to stop running with him and start running with God. You were running towards hell, and you better turn around and run towards heaven. And some people it means turn around, change your mind. It's that and so much more. It's not just being sorry for your sins. It's not just you know asking forgiveness for your sins. It's desiring never to sin again. It's desiring to finally listen and to obey God and mean it. I mean, with all seriousness, really mean it. And that kind of repentance, the kind of repentance that causes you to realize that you're the creature and He's the creator, and that He really does know better than you. The kind of repentance that causes you to understand that you need to let God be the one directing your life instead of you or anyone else. That's what's necessary to prepare the way for you to actually listen to Him, to know Him, and to learn from Him. You've got to recognize He's God, and you're just a creature He created and made. Now, he when I say just, you're a divine masterpiece, or He intends to make you into a divine masterpiece, but you got to let Him. You got to put yourself in His hands and say, "Mold me and make me, O God, into that man or woman, as the case may be, that you are pleased with, that causes you to rejoice, so that I may rejoice with you." Now, He already demonstrated He loves you and everyone just by coming into this hellish world and suffering and dying for us on that cross. So God has already shown He loves us that much. That doesn't mean He won't cast your wicked soul into the flames of damnation if you don't come to your senses and demonstrate some gratitude to the one who gives you life, breath, and every good thing. Now, I don't hate anybody, but if you're so evil that you're a billionaire or more, and you're watching people starve to death in the streets and not do anything about it, if you're so evil that you can live in your palaces while you know that minimum wage is not even enough to live on, and not do anything about it, I mean, for crying out loud, when I say that laws need to be created that create a certain level of wealth equality, I'm not saying that everybody has to have the same house, the same land, the same amount of money in the bank. I'm not saying that at all. I'm saying that you have to create a minimum standard of what's truly accepted poverty. And that it can't mean somebody dying by starvation or homelessness. That's totally unacceptable. Poverty cannot equate to death by starvation and homelessness. It can only equate to somebody that doesn't have as many luxuries as a rich person, but they have what they need to live: shelter from the elements, food in their refrigerators or at home, clothes on their backs, at the very least, a minimum standard. Or it's not legal to kill people by economic genocide and oppression. Or it's not legal for realtors who have an inside first-hand knowledge about every available property on the planet, that buy up everything before the rest of humanity can own even a tiny parcel to themselves, and then jack those prices beyond their means. In other words, I don't mind free market on, I don't know, luxuries, gems, diamonds, trinkets, toys, things that are not necessities of life. I don't mind free market on that, letting the free market, but when you let the free market determine the cost of food or an apartment, a primary residence, that's where I say no. No, you can't do that, because it results in actually killing people by homelessness. And that the proof of that's before our eyes. So I'm saying there's a middle ground between total socialism and total capitalism. And that middle ground is creating a set of socially acceptable standards for civilization that creates a certain level of minimum wealth equality. That means that everybody can meet the cost of living, that nobody is starving to death homeless. And that needs to be, I'm sorry, mankind has proven that needs to be law. If you kill somebody by making them so poor that they're starving to death in the streets, or if you kill somebody by sending them off to war, or if you kill somebody by taking a gun and blowing their head off, it's all still murder. It's just murder by different methods. It's all still crimes against humanity, folks. If the realtors are buying up all the land so nobody else can own anything, look, I'm sorry, I was in real estate, so I know what's going on. They call it flipping. What they do is people that don't know any better, they call a real estate agent and they're like, I've got a home, it's not worth very much, it's all run down, it needs to be repaired. And that person maybe doesn't really know the market and how it's becoming increasingly global in scope. And so the realtor sometimes, it's against the law to do this, but they still do it. Sometimes will buy that property. The real estate profession has made more millionaires than any other profession on earth. It's why I went into real estate, not because I wanted to go into real estate, but because it was the only job I could get into that actually paid me a livable wage. And I actually discovered that I actually really liked real estate, not just because it paid me a livable wage, but because it's a career that fits my personality. I don't like large crowds, but I like people, and I like to meet with them like one-on-one, like a family at a time. I don't mind that at all. But noisy crowds can't stand. And so real estate is really like that. You meet people one on one. It's about the things that matter most in life to most people. Um, Having their own home, um, their own financial security, their own security, period, safe from the elements. And so, for the most part, it's like helping people with what matters to them most. And it requires listening to people, caring about people, and it also requires a certain level of knowledge, legal knowledge about, um, real property, um, not just boundaries and any type of development possibilities, future with that. There's all kinds of laws related to real property, is my point. And so it has legal aspects, it has in office settings, it has out in the real world settings. So every day is a different scene. I mean, I'm not the most intelligent, I'm not the brightest apple on the tree, but I'm not the dumbest. And I couldn't stand monotony. So for me, it was great that every single day in that profession was something new, something different, ever learning, ever increasing my skills, marketing skills, people skills, residential and commercial development skills, contracting, you name it. It's just a huge, huge, huge field of virtually endless knowledge and services to become, how do you say, proficient in. So it was an ideal career for me. And I went into it in a location that I knew was going to experience growth. I didn't think the kind of growth that it actually has experienced. But had I not come under attack, there's no doubt I would be absolutely be a millionaire, if not multimillionaire, at this point in my life. But since people did try to murder me, I was not able to work the past 20 years in this location that has exploded to the point where a home that I had purchased, for about 150 just sold for more than 5 times that. And 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 that's conservative. That's some properties in this area just in the past 20 years have increased, double, triple, fivefold, some more than tenfold. Especially waterfronts and water view properties have enjoyed extreme um, appreciation. And I knew that was going to happen. So at the time I had a tax on my life, I was working for developers, water view properties of, I mean, so much, multi-million dollar clients that I would have been so rich if people hadn't tried to murder me. I'd have been so rich. I would have had a testimony that God took somebody that was homeless, that was oppressed, that had been enslaved, and after coming into his life had made him a millionaire. Instead, I've met people that were so evil that when I was on the verge of being such, they figured I had enough that I was worth killing for anyways, namely my ex and everybody that partnered with her. I knew this world was evil, but I just didn't think people were that evil. And I just didn't think that it was, the people we trust the most, like doctors and nurses and police officers and our own governing authorities. I mean, as far as I can tell, they seem to be the worst criminals on the planet. And I mean, I should know. I've been among the poorest of the poor, um, in and out of jails and prisons and so on and so forth. So I've been around cons of all kinds, and I'm telling you that it seems to me that the very worst criminals are the richest ones on the planet, the ones running things. And what I'm getting at is they are criminals, but because they're so rich, they actually basically make our laws. And the way they make them is by paying or bribing or offering kickbacks of some kind to legislators, senators, I mean, I'm not saying this happens routinely, but I'm saying it does happen, and it happens obviously so. It's like the power companies. Again, rich people know what the laws say, and so a law will say something like, okay, if you pay to expand, um, I don't know, power companies' power lines or whatever, then they have to, um, pay you back for that expansion. If, in other words, if they don't have the reserves themselves to expand when you need to expand because you're developing raw land and you want to build, I don't know, a shopping center, or you want to build a subdivision or whatever it is. So so you, the contractor, the owner of the land or the development, says to the power company, okay, I'll I'll put your lines in according to your specs and everything according to your your standardizations. I'll bury lines throughout my whole subdivision or throughout my whole, I don't know, shopping center or whatever. And the government sends in their inspectors and so on and so forth, and they inspect everything while you're developing the land and according to them. And the power company sends in their inspectors and everything to make sure you've laid all the lines according to their regulations that are also regulated by the governmental laws. And again, it's all rich people paying rich people. And then so you get your whatever your subdivision built or your shopping center built and so on and so forth. And again, you've paid all these rich people that have made the laws and that write the laws and that control our civilization and so on and so forth, all along the way. And then so the power companies are all like, well, if I just pay this senator, you know, they can change that law so I don't have to pay them back for expanding my company. And so that's happened. So now, you're a developer and you absorb all the cost of that development, including all the hard costs for expanding the power company's network, even though they're going to make a fortune off all the power consumption that they're going to charge to all your residential and or commercial customers. And they don't have to reimburse you for your hard costs. So then you, the developer, then just improve the property at your cost. So what happens? The developer then passes that hard cost on to each individual residential owner and or commercial, whether it's lease or property owner. So what did that do? That made land skyrocket due to political corruption and this buying and flipping, treating Mother Earth like it's a monopoly game between the wealthy, is causing a division between the rich and the poor to just exponentially increase. Which is why I'm saying that wealth inequality creates fundamental inequality to the point of actually killing people. Capitalism without some kind of regulation is killing people under poverty. So you have to create laws that ensure a certain standard of wealth equality. And by that I mean, I suggest that the laws need to state that nobody can own more than one residential property, one home, until everybody has at least one. Now, I know that might sound radical to some people, real radical to the wealthy. But I'm saying if you make a law like that, it'll make the wealthy make it happen because they don't want to be confined to just one property. So it'll happen a lot faster. In other words, a certain level of wealth equality among humanity will happen a lot faster if you write laws like that. Because they're going to be thinking, you mean I can't, have my summer home in, whatever, their favorite resort until I end homelessness. Let's end homelessness today. I am not going to give up my summer retreat. Do you understand what I'm saying? The wealthy don't give up about you until you hit them in their pocketbook, until you hit them in their luxurious, extravagant lifestyle. And that's why you have to unite and demand laws like I'm suggesting. Put it to them this way. They either end this type of evil on earth, starvation and homelessness, or you're going to arrest them for crimes against humanity, negligence, and deliberate economic genocide. Negligence, because not every land flipper on planet Earth realizes that they're crushing poor people to death by doing that, but that's what they're doing. When you have your own home and your own land, and you're not content with your own home and your own land, but you want to live in a palace like Rothschilds, so you start buying up more and more land. So now Gates and Turner own millions of acres, while 50% of Americans, and growing numbers of them, don't own anything. And they can't even pay their rents. And the reason they can't pay the rents is because wealthy people, this happened in a building that I was living in. In the short time I was living there, it changed hands 4 and 5 times. Every single time it changes hands, rents go up. And the reasons rents go up is one wealthy person buys a real property, and they paid more than the person that previously owned it. So then the government's all like, well, we got to raise taxes because that property's now worth more than we were assessing it. And so they raise the taxes on the wealthy person that bought that property. And the wealthy person that bought that property, well, I bought this property, because I was going to make X amount of dollars per month based on my investment, based on how many tenants. So now I've got to raise rents. So the wealthy never get hurt at all, while the poor people are made to bear the burden of their greed, to the point where they end up being tossed out into the streets to suffer and die because they can't pay rent anymore. And that's because wages are not enough. That's because there's not enough paying jobs, and that's because there's disabled and elderly people that can no longer work. If we're to be born into a world of slavery and then tossed out into the streets to suffer and die, how is that civilization? It's why when I was 16, I went running for the mountains. And it hasn't gotten any better, folks. Now, I'm not trying to depress you. I'm trying to tell you that this is the way it is. And I'm trying to tell you why it's the way it is. And I'm trying to suggest that after giving it much thought and much prayer, that these are the things that I recommend need doing, like right away. You have got to tell the wealthy that they either start paying you proper wages and they start creating a real level of equality that includes economic equality. Now, I'm not talking about everybody has the same home and everybody makes the same money. I'm saying you have a standard where it's not legal to make the cost of living so far beyond the means of honorable work that people can't pay it and they're dying homeless. I'm saying that can't occur. You make it a law that it can't occur. And you enforce that law. That if anybody anywhere is making, I don't know, $1 billion a year while their employees are making slave wages, that person is committing an economic crime against humanity and gets arrested. Now, it's not a crime against humanity if they're making $1 billion a year, if their employees are all making a wage that's commensurate to the cost of living, at least. In other words, bare minimum, their lowest paid worker has a livable wage that on 40 hours a week, it pays rent, it pays food, it pays power, it pays for clothes. Now, those aren't necessarily the only costs of living. For the wealthy, right? They consider that they got to have money for educating their children. They got to have money for insurance, for life insurance, for general insurance, for disability insurance, for this, for that, and that, all kinds of things. If you look at the household of a wealthy person, solvent today, and what they consider their bare minimum cost of living expenses are, compared to a poor household cost of living expenses, you'll see what I'm talking about. Their list for the wealthy, what they consider absolute necessities of life, is huge. But what do they make for laws for poor people? Rent, maybe medical expenses, maybe, and your power bill. I'm serious. If you're a poor person and you're so poor that you can't even buy groceries for yourself, so you go to social services, what they consider to be your necessary cost of living expenses are something like that basic. I'm serious. You think I'm jesting, right, when I say things like that, if you're a rich person. And I'm like, no, I'm not. Not jesting at all, I'm sad to say. That those rich people that write those laws look at a poor person like all you need is food, clothes, and any roof over your head, a shed, a shack, something. If that. Otherwise, you're dying homeless in the streets. How can disabled people be homeless? How can the elderly be homeless? Somehow our laws are failing, and they're failing because we don't have a minimum economic standard of equality by law from birth, such that some people are born into abject poverty and slavery. So bad that I met many thousands in my lifetime that, sad to say, have been pretty much in prison their entire life. Decades behind bars. That they don't know anything else. And their stories were something like this. When I was 14, man, some gang member came knocking on my door threatening to kill my mama and my papa, and I took an axe to him. Nobody threatens to kill my mama and my papa. And they've been locked up ever since. Poor people don't get representation in court. And yet you think it's the law, but it's this is the kind of representation they get. They get some, I don't know. I won't call them flunkies. Uh, if they made it through law school at all and passed the bar, they're not a flunky. But let's just say that they definitely weren't, top of their class. Okay, and I'm not saying all. There are probably some exceptionally good public pretenders. I mean defenders that really actually do care about the poor masses. But more often than not, it's just somebody that's just like all the rest of us that needed to earn a living, They had dreams of being, I don't know, Perry Mason or whatever, and ended up as a public defender. And they get a caseload that's huge. And by and large, poor people actually did commit the crimes that they're charged with. Not all the time, though. There are plenty of innocent people that are locked up and they're just too poor, and they didn't get any defense, and they were just railroaded into prison and they end up there their whole lives. I'm sorry to say, man, about 50% of the prison population that I personally met do not deserve lifetime sentences at all. They're not serial killers or murderers or anything. They were just poor people that have just been railroaded because they're poor into prison. And there they stay because they don't get any help because they're poor. And I'm sorry, that's just the sad truth, folks. That the vast majority, you would be amazed at how many huge prison sentences are given out to people that had stories like, I was just so poor that, I had to boost for a living. In other words, what boosting is shoplifting. But if you boost shoplift more than X amount of dollars, it's you get charged with burglary because you weren't on private property with intent to pay. So it means that you did not have permission to be there. So they consider it something akin to breaking and entering, even though their doors were open to the public. So it's no longer theft or larceny, but and I'm serious. Sometimes they get away with, clever prosecutors get away with jacking somebody's sentence with crimes they didn't even commit by that type of logic. To the point where a poor person that doesn't know the law and doesn't know how to defend themselves ends up with huge sentences, like 10 years for shoplifting in prison with rapists and robbers and murderers. And you put a poor person that was just trying to stay alive by shoplifting some groceries in with that type of mentality and evil, lots of them don't ever make it out of prison. They either end up fighting and get more charges, even though they were just defending themselves. But again, because they're poor, they don't get adequate defense, so they don't get the charge dismissed as self-defense. So they end up instead getting assault and battery and or homicide, or because they had to kill somebody that was trying to kill them. I'm telling you, story after story after story of destroyed lives are like that, and it's because our prison system isn't really a justice system. It's a form of modern slavery. That's what it really is. Prisons are now big business, and they fill the prisons with poor people and force them into slave labor. I'm serious. I'm serious. Corporations are now running the prisons. So we're still practicing slavery today, folks. People are still born into poverty and still are put to forced labor today. Economic inequality creates fundamental inequality, otherwise known as slavery, oppression, and death, genocides, economic genocides. So I'm saying survival. And survival is not about just considering your environment and your circumstances and about having a certain amount of knowledge and desire to live. Survival is about first and foremost knowing our eternal Creator, the one who gives you life and breath and every good thing. Because this hell down here is not of His making. Sure, He created the heavens and the earth, but this civilization, no. No, civilization as we know it has been warped to the point where it's no longer civilization. And it's going to fail if it continues to become this evil and this corrupt completely. And by that I mean if the entire population departs from God and His holy commandments and continues to allow this type of evil on earth to go unaddressed, then what will happen is what's always happened in the past. Either genocides of the poor masses and or revolutions. Either way, it's violence and suffering and death. And what needs to happen instead is unity. Knowledge where you poor masses understand what's going on and what's happening to you. You're being oppressed and enslaved. Okay? That's just reality before our eyes today if we take a good look at it. And I have. Okay, so I'm just telling you how it is. And the way to change it is to stand up to those wealthy people running the world, the bankers, the billionaires, all of them, and tell them in no uncertain terms that you want laws that create wealth equality on a standard that ensures none of you are starving to death or homeless. Period. No ifs, ands, or buts. And that if any of you are, you're going to take that person and you're going to film that person and their testimony of why they're homeless and why they're starving. And you're going to show it to the whole world as evidence that the wealthy are violating their laws and demand arrests. Do you understand what I'm saying? You have to shine the light in the darkness. You have to expose crimes for what they are. When they tell you you need to shut your mouth, you got to speak up louder. Now, sure, you might be murdered, but survival isn't just about this life, folks. It's about spending eternity with God, either with a clear conscience or a guilty one. And if you remain silent when you know these things are not right, you're not going to have a clear conscience. Survival isn't about just yourself, is what I'm saying. Survival is having the sense to fight for the lives of others, to fight for the life of the planet. Now, the first time I heard population management was after my own life had come under attack by my now ex-wife and mass murdering doctors and nurses. And I'm not saying all of them. Thank God not all doctors and nurses are evil. But some of them most definitely are greedy, selfish, and murderers. Yes, they are. And they're getting away with murdering their own patients and hacking them up for their organs. And they've been doing that for decades. Most people don't live to tell about it, so I always mention it in my videos, or at least I try to, because I'm a rare survivor. And to this day, I've never found, after 20 years, I've never found. Now, people say the statutes of limitations run out, but not on homicide. I'm dying prematurely short of a miracle because of what they did to me. And by that I mean, when someone is given an incompatible blood transfusion, that results in acute hemolysis, hemolytic reaction. What that means is they give you blood that doesn't belong in your body, and your immune system in your own body recognizes that blood doesn't belong in your body, and so hemolyzes the blood cells. In other words, the immune system attacks the blood cells, and when you're given billions to trillions of blood cells that don't belong in your body, on that level, the hemolysis, the acute hemolytic reaction, results in so much liquid that your lungs fill with fluid. It's called pulmonary edema. And you actually suffocate to death on bodily fluids. And that happened to me. And they gave me an incompatible blood transfusion. And when you're given an incompatible blood transfusion that causes pulmonary edema and cardiac arrest like it did to me, the standard of practice is to give you immediately, if they're not trying to kill you, is to give you immediately compatible transfusion therapy. In other words, if it was truly accidental, and a patient like myself accidentally dies, then the hospital should have immediately, by standard, this is international standard of practice, should have immediately given me compatible transfusion therapy immediately. Instead, they sent me home suffering. And in my case, I unfortunately have a genetic trait that's wrongly called a disease. I call it a genetic trait. It's called Wilson's disease. I call it a trait because if you study the traits of people that have Wilson's, you'll discover that they are generally highly intelligent and highly driven people. Now, I'm not boasting here. I'm just saying that it can hardly be called a disease with those types of traits associated with it. Okay. The reason they call it a disease, though, is because people with this trait tend to accumulate heavy metals in their systems, and so they end up with early onset dementia, Alzheimer's. In other words, it interferes, the accumulation of heavy metals in their bodies and their circulation system ends up interfering with their, not just their circulation system, but with their neurologic system, including their brains. And so even though they're highly intelligent, highly driven people, these highly intelligent, highly driven people with this genetic trait can sadly end up with palsies. Actors like Michael J. Fox, for instance, and Alzheimer's and other neurologic disorders. Okay, so if you have this trait, you just have to remember to not take things like a lot of iron or copper or heavy metal supplements, and have your blood tested, for elevated levels of metals. And if they are elevated, then you just have to use heavy metal chelation. I believe the heavy metal chelation and detoxification therapies that are best are ones that are done by simply soaking in a tub, a spa or whatever, and you have the chelators just put in the water, whether it's whatever certain kinds of Epsom salts or whatever will bind to the metals and pull them out of your body. Okay, internal chelators and detoxifiers, again, even though they work, some of them are not necessarily all that healthy for you, which is why I recommend external methods and as natural substances as possible, whether it's mud baths, spas, or whatever. Anything that will pull the metals out of your system. Some say that the certain ionized or magnetic foot pads actually work pretty well and stuff. And again, I haven't tried every single method that's advertised, but I've managed. If you look at the level of supplements that I have hanging on my door there, that's only a fraction of them. So, I mean, I've done a lot of study and research maintaining my own health, and that's part of the reason why I'm still alive. Okay? Because typically people that have gone through what I've gone through don't live as long. Okay? Based on my research, somebody that has this trait that went through what I went through, poisoning in an incompatible blood transfusion, don't make it. They just don't. Okay? That's part of my problem, is that when I try to tell medical providers, what I'm suffering from, I can't get any help, because anybody that's knowledgeable enough finds it darn near impossible to believe I'd still be breathing. And so that's why I've had to do this route, because I am telling the truth, and yet the hard truth for me that I've done after all my research is realizing that not only do most medical providers have not one clue of how to help me, because nobody even lives to tell about it, but because there's just so little known about treating Wilson's effectively, and it's why I'm not giving medical advice. I'm just saying the truth that if you have the trait, you have to do like what I've done because not even the experts really know how to help you. Okay, that's just the sad truth. In other words, people call all kinds of people these days experts, and it's just based on the fact that they have a little bit more knowledge, not nearly as thorough as you might think or imagine to be called an expert, um, than other people. I mean, by the standard of what the word expert is applied to these days, I'm practically an expert in everything. I wouldn't say that, but not everything. But in I've read and when I say over 1 million pages, I'm being very conservative because if I said millions, people absolutely wouldn't believe it. Okay, if you do the math on what it takes to read even 1 million pages in your lifetime. Okay, so I'm trying to tell you that I have head knowledge. I know how to do things. I know why things are the way they are, but I am, how do you say, cuffed because my whole life people have been stomping on me instead of lifting me up, with very few exceptions. In other words, I would be a man of power and influence today if people hadn't been trying to kill me. You know? And so I'm just doing what I can. I realize that the closer we get to departing from this world, the more we have to be concerned not so much with our own survival, but of future generations. And so I'm trying to say that that the people we have in power are not just oppressing you, but they're threatening life on Earth because they're so selfish, so greedy, and just frankly don't belong in power. The only reason they're in power is because they're selfish and greedy. They're rich. Now I'm not saying that everybody that's in power is evil. I'm just saying that there's just too much massive corruption today, and it's causing the rest of humanity to suffer. Um, take you know Nikola Tesla for example, right? He wanted to free the world, free power, free electricity. Okay, but greedy people didn't want that, so he dies, and in poverty. Um, Even though he had inventions that changed the world, and even some of his concepts are still not even fully understood. Um, I've done some research on his work. Some of it, very commendable. Some of it, is actually outdated and outmoded by now. Um, by that I mean, um, if we had built upon instead of suppressing him, we would now be generations ahead of even his dreams. Every time the rich buy patents and only to suppress them, like all the patents that have come and gone that developed, I don't know, better carburetors that made cars, go 150 miles to the gallon or more, and fuel injectors and so on and so forth, to the point where, hydrogen cars today that emit water vapor, for that not to be, how do you say, immediately embraced by the rest of the humanity, and by law demand crossover that we switch to transit that doesn't pollute our air. The reason why that doesn't happen is those holding the strings on natural resources like fossil fuels enjoy holding those strings because they're so greedy. And instead of them embracing the new technology and being advocates for a clean and green planet, for a better world, they keep buying these patents and suppressing them, which continues to cause more and more suffering and deaths. Just as long as those families stay wealthy, though, right? All I'm saying is that the facts of history before our eyes show us that these wealthy people have been committing crimes against humanity habitually to this day. And to not hold them accountable is our fault, my fault and yours. We have to unite when this type of evil is on earth and say you can't get away with that crap. You got to stop that. You will either get on board with the program and you'll still make more money than ever by embracing the new technologies and advocating them. Every time there's new technologies, God is not remiss to send people to each and every generation as necessary that has solutions for your generation. It's like I'm saying, there's no reason to have droughts or famines anywhere. You can build water precipitators on land and water evaporators on sea. And both of those can create water anywhere on Earth. Anywhere that's needed, right? You already have water in the poles in the form of ice and snow. But I'm saying in deserts you can create water precipitators in deserts to create rivers in the desert, and on shorelines, so no coastal states like California should ever be lacking fresh water, because you can build water evaporators at sea where the seawater comes into these evaporators, the sunlight itself evaporates the seawater, and then you have squeegees that just take all the salt and either brush it back out to sea, or if you think that would create a harmful environment of excess salinity, in other words, if marine biologists determined that building these evaporators would create salt concentrations around them that would harm the ecology of the ocean, well, then you just harvest the salt along with the fresh water separated by evaporation. Now, water evaporators are not expensive really to build and maintain. They can be solar. The squeegees can be solar run. The water can come in with the tides and fill these evaporators, and then evaporation occurs at whatever level. You can use the same type of technologies that you have in your toilets to maintain, water levels and sea levels, to either keep those flaps closed if there's too much seawater already in the evaporator, or allow them to be opened if the whatever the floating plungers reach a certain level that releases the flap locks to have the tide come in and fill the evaporator again with more seawater. And that's again after the squeegees have removed whatever excess salt or deposits remain in there. And again, with all the trash in the sea, you just have some screens around those fins that let the water in or whatever. So all you're really collecting is fresh water and salt, is what I'm getting at, sea salt. And you can likewise build an aqueduct all the way into the Dead Sea area in Israel, or in Death Valley here in America, and connect the seas with these below sea level land areas, and have an entire operation of freshwater evaporation that's used for whatever agricultural purposes, potable purposes, whatever you need fresh water for. What I'm getting at is there's no reason to have droughts or famines or anything if the money on earth was actually in the hands of anybody with any sense. I'm saying that the reason why these things occur is they're living in palaces and boating on yachts and playing golf, and they don't care about you. Just as long as you're not threatening to string them up. So putting rich people from generation to generation in power as your presidents or your leaders, the poor people, aren't never going to get any representation until you get in their faces. And or a miracle happens and you elect a poor person from among your own ranks that doesn't kiss the butts of all those rich, evil people. Suppressing all these technologies that could better mankind and create a better quality of life for everyone on earth. Trash. We've got to stop dumping trash in the seas. Solar powered incinerators. Waste incinerators. Okay? Anything that can't be recycled. I'm serious. Some people laugh at my suggestions, but when they laugh at these suggestions, I'm looking at them like, is your brain working at all? When I talk about solar-powered incinerators that handle all waste instead of dumping it in landfills or in oceans, I'm talking about taking lenses like the size they use for, high-powered, optic telescopes that observe the stars and so on and so forth. I'm talking massive lenses. And instead mount those in light detected motion sensors where they're following the sunlight, so that these magnifiers are constantly angled perfectly at a central location that is just a conveyor dump, and not in the air. I'm talking about all glass encased, because if you start incinerating all waste, it's going to create not just a lot of heat, but a lot of toxic fumes. But that can all be scrubbed through filters instead of emitted as toxic pollution. And scrubbed and or, again, compounds can be created from the raw materials. What I'm saying is we step up recycling to a massively high level so that there's hardly any waste at all. But whatever waste we do have that isn't organic, that can't be composted, doesn't end up in landfills or end up in the oceans, polluting our earth, creating levels of toxicity, threatening, life on the planet as a whole, because that's what's happening. Instead, these giant magnifying lenses, take the sunlight and can do two things. Can be aimed at boilers, right, that produce massive amounts of hydroelectric power by superheating, just from the rays of the sun. I'm serious. A large enough magnifying lens can melt metal. Definitely all plastic. Definitely virtually anything combustible, anything waste. And those lenses are strong, provided they're encased well enough and nobody deliberately, takes, I don't know, sledgehammers to them or something. They're not even going to chip them. They're just going to, they can be exposed to the weather even, and no harm. You can, if there is any type of weathering or whatever, then you can always create some type of shielding or whatever for it when it's, I don't know, bad weather and climate weather. But I'm saying if you constructed these things in the Sahara, any place where there's massive amounts of sunlight year round around the equatorial belt, you could generate enough power for the planet. You could terraform the entire Sahara Desert by building precipitators and solar-powered generators. Any coastal regions, and there are huge amounts of population living in coastal states and coastal regions on Earth. I mean, if you just look at any map of the globe, you'll see seas surrounding planet Earth, and all these cities, just around the coastal regions worldwide. So evaporators, No reason for people to be lacking potable water, is my point, with 70% of the Earth's surface covered in water, other than people are not building these things. And they're not building these things because people with money don't care that you don't have water to drink or food to eat. Now they know that most rich people are not stupid people. They know that throughout history, you know, peasants revolt if they get conditions that are that bad. So they test the waters every now and again to see what your reactions are. And that's why I say you have to unite sooner than later. You can't wait for another depression, another I mean genocide to cause you to take action. You every time they even do something like they just did, where you finally get a tiny raise in minimum wage that still isn't anything close to the cost of living, and they respond by jacking petrol and causing runaway inflation, that's when you need to respond by you either bring prices and the cost of living right down right now to where it was, now that we finally got a chance, to not have such a miserable existence, or we will revolt. You will be arrested for crimes against humanity, and we will execute you for them. You have to be, I'm sorry, that firm with these megalomaniacs. I'm sorry, that's the only thing that wakes them up from their slumbering evil ways of living luxuriously while you suffer and die. Is when you say, look, we don't mind you in living in palaces and having your yachts or whatever, just as long as you're not killing us by your selfishness, greed, arrogance, and evil ways like you're doing today, because that's exactly what you're doing. Every time you suppress technologies that need to be embraced, you're destroying life on earth by your greed. Every time you lock up another poor soul in prison and put them to forced labor because you're so damn greedy you won't pay them a living wage as freemen. So I put this eternal frame backpack, you can't even hardly see it, but who made this thing? I think it was Coleman. It's funny, I'm not even seeing the label on it. Yep. Coleman Peak One. I bought this internal frame backpack over 40 years ago. The fact that it still exists and hasn't deteriorated into shreds, I think, is rather amazing. It's water repellent, water resistant, and like I said, I know I had more than 150 pounds of gear in that thing and carried it for miles. Um, so strong, well made. Impressed. I've rarely found things that I could praise that well in life, but they did a good job on that backpack. Any rate, I had it loaded as a bug out pack for years because you just never know what these maniacs are going to do, or some maniac. There's all kinds of ways to have power outages, um, to have civil uprisings, to have an erosion of law and order, to have to bug out, to have to head for the hills. And I'm not saying that the mountains are necessarily safer than anywhere else on the planet, but I think they're safer than the cities if law and order fails. That's for damn sure. Um, in other words, I would much rather face mountain lions and grizzly bears than mobs of lawless, gangs. At least in nature, most animals, have enough sense to leave people alone, especially if you stand your ground. Um, some animals actually will actually help you, you even wild ones. But yeah, they can't attack. They can't attack if you and he said get on the wrong side of them one day, or if they're hungry enough. But typically, again, it's they're just trying to do their survival. What I'm getting at is a gang of insane criminals is worse than taking your chances with wildlife any day, for sure. Definitely worse. And I've been among both. I've faced both, so I'm saying so from experience that mountain lions and grizzlies are far less dangerous than gangs of criminals loose in the cities. In other words, if law and order fails and there's civil unrest, um, cities are more dangerous than the mountains will ever be. Okay, so at least if you're not anywhere near active volcanoes. All right, now um, humanity is headed for those kinds of disasters, though, if you don't come to your senses. Civil unrest, um, wars, whether conventional bombs, uh, EMPs, nuclear, anything's possible if you all don't repent and get God in your lives. That's why I'm saying that's the number one factor for survival, is knowing our eternal Creator. He gives you a right mind, a sane mind, and causes you to value not only your own existence but the existence of others. And He gives you His virtues, the chiefest of which is love. And so you actually really learn to care, not just about yourself but about others. And that's the glue that how do you say keeps life living and worth living, is his virtues, is love, peace, joy, um, compassion, unity, agreement, generosity. All the things that are commendable come from God. And everything evil in this world, greed, selfishness, lust, leads to crimes, rape, murder, thefts, burglaries, all kinds of injustices. In other words, good and evil is evidence of God and the devil. Biblically speaking, it's overwhelming evidence. So anyone denying the existence of either, you know, when you understand what's written in the scriptures, looks like they're lacking proper knowledge at best, and or completely self-deluded at worst, deceived and self-deluded. There's no reason to dismiss the Holy Bible, is what I'm saying. Not one person doing so has ever invalidated its contents. They're just making false statements about it. Whoa, the Holy Bible's a book of fairy tales and myths. I hear that and read that online these days constantly, and I'm like, I don't know if you realize this, But everyone doing that looks like an absolute idiot of monumental proportions. Don't do that. If you realized how stupid that makes you look, you would be ashamed. It makes you look extremely ignorant. I'm not saying that derogatorily, I'm saying that factually. If you really think that the Holy Bible is a book of myth and fairy tales, at best you are deceived, and at worst you are an ignoramus, a self deluded fool on his way or her way to the flames of damnation. Every single word in the Holy Bible is not just linked to observable reality and the facts of history, but comes straight from God, improvably so. When I say provably so, not only while God was telling the facts of history, how he created, made everything, the heavens and earth and all therein, while he was recording, his dealings with Moses and Joshua and so on, so all the biblical figures, King David and so on and so forth. Again, those are not stories, those are not fables, those are not parables, those are facts of history. Those are real people. Jesus Christ, God in the flesh, really came to earth and really did those miracles. I'm not saying that as a statement of fact. I'm saying that those are verified facts of history. Do you understand that the miracles recorded in the Holy Bible are not just exclusive to the Holy Bible? Jesus Christ has been doing miracles throughout recorded history to this day. And the miracles he's been doing to this day come with medical records. I mean, some of them death certificates. We're talking well verified facts, supernatural miracles occurring to this day by the one true God, Jesus Christ, still. So they're not just in the Holy Bible, they're recorded as facts of history in present day reality. So somebody denying God or denying miracles or whatever, to me looks like, what planet are you living on? Because it isn't this one. You're in this world where you've closed your eyes and ears to everything you don't want to believe. And that is the monumental evidence before your eyes that screams God. Jesus Christ is the one true God. Now, I say that now because my eyes have been opened. But when I was a young atheist, I couldn't see those things. I didn't know those things. So I'm saying these things now to you because there's a whole bunch of you that remind me of me. Except I never was, I don't know, as hard-hearted, as hard-headed as some of the people I'm encountering these days. In other words, I never was one of these people who ever laughed at the Holy Bible or who ever laughed at somebody who believed in God or anything like that. I can remember people saying things to me like, "You don't believe in God?" And I'd be like, "No." And they'd be like, "You don't believe in heaven or hell?" And I'd be like, "No." And they would say things like, "Man, I feel sorry for you." And I'd be thinking, why? In other words, I wasn't rude to Bible believers or people who believed in God. I just didn't understand why they believed in God. And nobody ever told me. And I'd never encountered anybody that said they knew God. So when I tell people that I know God and that they can too, it surprises me that people don't say how. Because that's exactly how I would have responded. If somebody had told me that I could know God, I would have been like, how? How can I know God? Please tell me. And so that's what I tell people. You can know God. Because nobody told me that I can remember. Maybe somebody did and I just can't remember. But I don't remember anybody saying you can know God personally. And that's why I harp on that message. Because not only can you know God personally, you need to know him personally. Need to know God. Absolutely, positively. For your own survival, now and forever. In other words, there is no better way to be safe and secure than in the hands of our eternal Creator, the one true God who created the heavens and the earth. No matter what your circumstances are, no matter what your challenges are, no matter what environment you're in, knowing God absolutely is the number one most important factor of your survival, now and for all eternity, forever. And without that, you've got no hope. Think about all the many things that cause death and destruction in this world. And you think that, you alone are going to be able to, control all those many factors? No. We all suffer and die sooner or later. It's how you live that really matters. And I'm telling you that you need God to live really well. In other words, I know that as long as you're right with God, it doesn't matter if your dreams about this life don't come true for you in this life, because you'll have all eternity with the living God, where any dream that you can imagine will come true and be true. Now, when I say those that end up with God in eternity, their dreams will come true. He'll give you every good thing. I'm saying that because I've visited paradise. And I'm saying that because he changes us to the point where all of our dreams are, God approved. And when I say God approved, I mean that they're good. They're not bad dreams. They're not bad, selfish ambitions. All your dreams and desires become something that is truly wonderful. In other words, I've been in paradise, and I'm not saying for long lengths of times, but enough to know that this world as it is is nothing like heaven. Now, I'm not saying that when you get out into nature, like trees and grass and birds and bees and so on and so forth, creatures aren't there. I'm talking about things that cause suffering and death. There's no poisonous plants there. There's no thorns, so you can lay on the grass without it cutting you or poking you or causing any discomfort whatsoever. And the grass is actually kind of like this perfect temperature and perfect level of comfort, so that there's not an air mattress or a water bed or anything on earth that can compare for how totally wonderful it is just to take your ease in paradise, just to lay back in the warm sunny grass and just be amazed at creation perfected. Leaning against the bark of a tree here sometimes can be very uncomfortable. Some bark is very brittle, sharp, hard, like poke you through the clothes or whatever. Feels very firm. I don't know how this is even possible. There's nothing there that causes suffering, pain, death, discomfort. There's no decay. Everything's alive. It's a totally different reality. I say this in other videos because it's the only thing that I can remember about no decay there. Was I pulled something that was citrus. It was orange colored, and I don't know, seemed like a tangerine, but a little bit bigger. Not as big as most oranges, but at any rate, it was a form of citrus, and I pulled it off this tree, and I peeled it, and I had the peel in my hands, and I took a bite of the citrus, and as I was bringing the piece of fruit to my lips, I mean, the intensity of the aroma was like nothing here. Not even the most fragrant of fragrances. I mean, it wasn't just citrus; it was intensely citrus, and not in any annoying way, but just like just the vapors of it was like filling me with like the energy of being that that citrus fruit. And when I put it on my tongue, it was like this energy of the citrus absorbed into my lips and my tongue, throughout my face and throughout my whole body, until it was like I felt like I was one with not just the fruit but with the tree. It was just an entirely it was a spiritual experience just to bite into a piece of fruit there in paradise, and nothing like here. It was incredible. It was as if the energy of the tree was saying I love you, um, with that just that taste, with the sensation of just tasting it, and to the point of like unity and harmony. I mean, it was as if I was tasting something physical, but that it was being turned into pure energy, of a, beyond, a physical form of energy to a spiritual experience. And 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 in the amazement of that moment, some of the peels fell out of my hand, because I don't know, I just didn't feel like, trashing paradise, with waste, and so I was kind of like wondering, what do you do with the peels, type thing. But one of them fell out of my hands, and when it did, um, I looked down at the grass, and the peel just kind of was absorbed by the grass. It didn't decompose or decay in any way. It was just rapidly transformed and absorbed into the grass. It was like instantaneous, matter and energy conversion taking place before my eyes. It was something awesome. I mean, what I'm getting at is, I felt like you eat there, but you don't defecate or urinate anymore. That there's no decay. That there's no decomposition of anything. There's no death of anything. It's just an entirely different reality. There's no shadows there. Everything glows. Everything's like, you're never tired. You don't need sleep. It's just, to me, it's just so wonderful. It's impossible to describe. Um, I'm not saying you can't rest or take your ease if you want to. I'm just saying it's an entirely different reality. It's like the best everything in this world amplified by many thousands of times over, and nothing evil. No evil there at all. And I'm saying you don't want to miss out on heaven, to end up in hell. Obey God. He is good. He's going to punish people that are unrepentant because they deserve it. He's giving you a choice: life, death, heaven, hell. Everybody has it. And why do people act like that's a difficult choice? Don't. Choose heaven. Choose God. Choose to be good. Just say to God, just be honest. It's like, even if you're so evil you actually enjoy being evil for some reason because you're just that far gone with the devil, don't end up in hell. Just be honest with God. Say, God, you know, for some reason I enjoy doing something that you say is wrong, very evil, whatever it is. Ask him to change you so that you don't, because you don't want to go to hell. If God tells you something is wrong or evil in the Holy Bible, it is. And I could explain to you every single one of the reasons, and you still not agree, because until you repent, the devil is actually playing with your mind. He is real, and he is deceiving you. If you're doing something God says not to do in the Holy Bible, something God says is evil, then it's because the devil is deceiving you. People don't realize that just because you can't see something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You can't see the wind, but you feel it, right? Well, there's evil in this world, real evil in this world. I mean, if you look at some of the crimes of humanity, not just in recent history, but throughout all history, oh man, then you realize the devil is real. A whole bunch of civilizations that no longer exist had horrific things, cannibalism, human sacrifices, and in their own languages and writings that are, again, now extinct people. Um, they explained that they were, you know, devil worshippers, idolaters, false gods. I mean, evil people. And evil people, man, I mean, have evil come upon them, whether it's death, diseases, volcanoes, whatever. Pompeii. Right before Vesuvius erupted, um, there were messengers that had told them, the Pompeians, that were luxuriating themselves, um, about God. And history records that the Pompeians um, laughed, mocked, and rejected the messengers. And then Vesuvius erupted, and they were incinerated. What I'm getting at is sometimes you hear about just parts of history, but you don't hear about the full details of it. It's like when the Germans were bombing England. You know about World War II, or most everybody does, has heard that there was a World War II, but you don't hear these details about the Royal Air Force and about the Luftwaffe, the German Air Force, and how they were battling it back and forth, and how the Germans were bombing the crap out of England. And I mean, to the point where, you know, the Germans considered that they were victorious and were going to defeat England. And then there was this um, one of the final battles right before, the war ended, where the Luftwaffe was coming at, according to the Royal Air Force pilot that I heard this testimony from. Um, Again, he was on television, and so he was testifying publicly to the world about this fact of history that he himself experienced, that you don't read in the history books. That he was a Royal Air Force pilot, and that there was only a handful of Royal Air Force planes even left because the Germans had bombed all of the other planes that England had. So he thought, and I think he said there was a few other pilots with him, just a handful, um, that they were flying to their deaths. He said that him and the few other pilots that were with him saw the German Air Force coming at him, and it looked like worse than anything they'd ever seen before. Like he said, like the skies in front of him were totally filled with German planes. That they were so outnumbered that there was simply no way that they were going to survive. You don't read about these things because people censor these things today. But when you talk to people that have actually been in these wars, many of the survivors testify of things like just like this. I've talked to people that some Jews that were even in the 6 Day War, Again, when you read things like a 6-day war after the formation of Israel, and what happened, right? Israel had just been formed as a nation. Okay, how do they end up facing, armies around their newly formed nation with virtually no military whatsoever, and actually win? How? Okay, well, when you actually talk to the people that were in these wars, they tell you. And that's why I say that there's overwhelming evidence of God throughout history. So this Royal Air Force pilot testifies that he and his other pilots that were with him, just a handful of them, were flying against this, you know, overwhelming certain death of, German Luftwaffe coming at him. And he testifies that suddenly, for some reason, all of the German Air Force pilots just turned around and flew back. And while he was thanking the good Lord, he didn't know what had happened. But, I mean, the Royal Air Force pilot that was testifying, that survived this, said they flew back home. And he said after the war was over, he actually met one of the German pilots. And the German pilot, he testified, said he met this guy face to face. Sorry. The Trinity Broadcasting Network had this guest speaker on, and I can't remember his name, but he was a World War II Royal Air Force pilot that survived this particular conflict. And he testified that he met one of the German pilots after the war, and the German pilot had told him, our intel was all wrong. Where did you all get where did you get all those planes? Because when we came, we thought we were, going to, basically, win the war, finish the battle, finish the last of you off, basically. In other words, the Royal Air Force pilot said that the German Air Force pilot saw so many Royal Air Force planes that even though they were a massive amount themselves, they figured that they were so outnumbered that there was absolutely no way they were going to commit suicide, and so the order was given for them to turn around and retreat. And that's why they turned around and flew back to Germany. That was his testimony. And I've heard other testimonies like that. Like I said, I talked with somebody that was in the 6-day war in Israel. And he said that they were basically fighting tanks with like rocks. That that there was just no way that they were going to win in the natural sense at all. This is what this guy told me to my face. He said that in the 6-day war, it was definitely won by nothing short of miracles. It wasn't won by militant might, strategy, or anything like that. He said that war was won because when tanks were coming at what literal Israel forces, militant forces they had, and again, he said that they were basically using rocks. No tanks, and I mean, to speak of were left to his particular division, is what he said. He said, now, again, I know people that don't know God and haven't studied, history as in depth as I have. Just don't think about these things. A 6-day war after a newly formed nation with no military defeats tanks. Somebody who was actually there told me to my face that he saw angels fighting from heaven with them against their enemies. Now, people can say that all these people testifying to these things must be crazy, but when you read history, when you listen to testimonies after testimonies after testimony, there's just so many millions of them saying those same things that to say they're all lying just becomes, how do you say, a point of ridiculous stance, an indefensible stance. I haven't read millions of testimonies, but I've listened to at least hundreds, if not thousands, of them that include Jesus Christ saving them, angels saving them in like fires and wars, all kinds of things. And when I have somebody say something like that to my face, it really moves me because I've had things like that happen to me myself, and I've had people not believe me, and it's hard. It's hard. It's like, dang it, we're telling the truth. Some of these, in my opinion, some of these UFOs or UAPs, as they call them, are in fact not necessarily physical manifestations, but spiritual. Spirits, your spirit is who you are without your flesh and bone body. So, if there have ever been, how do you say, expert swordsmen, and those spirits were right with God, then what I'm getting at is in the scriptures, angel and spirits are often interchanged. The same word that's used for spirit in the old language is used for wind, is also used for angel. Pneuma. There's various different words in the ancient languages that if you study all of the texts in the Holy Bible, you'll start to see are actually, sometimes translated into angels, sometimes translated into wind, sometimes translated into breath, sometimes translated into spirit. And what I'm getting at is, as far as I can tell, the angels or spirits of God are actually either the spirits of just men made right with God that end up with him forever, or were indeed spirits with God from the beginning before they've even incarnated. And that at some point in time in history, the angels of God walk in the flesh on earth, like each of us one at a time. I'm getting off into another subject, but what I'm getting at is we come from God, and we come into this world, and we're born into a world of lies, deceptions, and delusions. And there's many forms of them. That it could very well have been an angel saying, "What are you fools doing? Trying to blow yourselves up, trying to destroy the planet? Are you really that challenged? Don't do this." Now I know how many nuclear explosions have been set off all over this world. If you saw a map of it, a time-lapse video of it, it looks like they've tried to blow up the whole planet, practically, with how much tests have been conducted by these people that are just fascinated with death and destruction. And I'm saying that that's because the deceiver, the destroyer, is in all your lives, and he's messing with your minds to the point where you're doing things that are actually self-destructively stupid like that. I'm not saying there's not any reason in this evil world to have weapons, to have a national defense or anything like that. I'm just saying that if that's all you're spending your money on, and if that's all you're preoccupied in your thoughts, it's because the damn devil is ruining your life. You need to be filled with his virtues and stop focusing on suffering, death, and destruction, or that's going to be your future. You need to focus on life and quality of life for everyone. You need to have rich people, you need to have more faith in humanity, not to be like consuming locusts, and instead tell them that not just their present quality of life depends on it, but future generations depends on sustaining life on Earth. Depends on not polluting it anymore, but taking care of it. And it is possible. But you have to change your focus. You have to change your programming. You have to change what you're funding. You have to put R&D into all these TED Talk suggestions about how to clean up the oceans and again, those are all good suggestions. Solar powered automated, tugboats that go into these vortices where all the plastic is collecting in the oceans, and just with giant nets or whatever, automated. You don't even need people necessarily on board at all. You can fully automate the system and just have it sweep all the plastic back and recycle it all. Clean up the oceans, get rid of all the plastic, etc., etc., etc. Stop using it as a toilet. Run all treated gray water through composting processes that, increase the the rapidity of it to the point where it's turned closely into white water, drinking water that's safe enough to be used for agricultural purposes. Change all the pipes so that you have no need of so much fluoridation, chlorination, toxic chemicals, and instead, through graphene filtration and through shark skin lined pipes and so on and so forth, you keep the white water, completely clean, and at all city dispensaries fully filtered to the point where it's free from all toxic chemicals, um, pure drinking water. In other words, step up the quality of the drinking water for the masses so that you're not monetizing water out of lakes and draining lakes to the private wealth of some people at the expense of everyone else. Care about life and quality of life. Stop being so dang greedy is what I'm trying to say. Please. When you're this greedy that you're destroying life on earth and making miserable um, millions to billions of souls, it's not going to go well with your soul when you're judged. God is going to be judging each and every soul. And you don't want to end up in hellfire just for pieces of paper with pictures on it. It's not worth it. I suppose I'm just hoping that you don't hate me for caring enough to try to warn you, rich people, that you need to call on Jesus Christ, and you need to use all that wealth that you have and all that power that you have to his glory before you take your last breath. You need to right all these wrongs I've mentioned in this video, and for your own survival. I'm not, when I say that, I'm not threatening anyone. I'm just telling you the truth. God is going to judge each and every soul. And you're not going to survive. In other words, you're not going to get life everlasting with him in paradise for being evil on earth all your days. For being selfish, greedy, for destroying life on planet earth when you could be doing things that would sustain it. I know because of my own background of being poor that wealthy people, I mean, I've been around wealthy snobs. I know how they are. I know they look down on poor people, especially somebody so poor that they ate food that was being thrown out just to stay alive. And I'm not saying all of you. There's some of you that are really decent and deserve your wealth. But there's a bunch of you that are just messed up really bad, that look down on the masses. When if you were born among us, you probably wouldn't even have been able to stay alive into your teen years. So, wealth inequality today creates fundamental inequality, um, to the point where it's not constitutional. When you're allowing the wealthy to buy all real property to the point where poor people can't buy even an apartment, they can't even rent an apartment. That that is so extreme that it's abject slavery and actually a form of economic genocide. When the realtors are not necessarily all of them breaking the law, but close to it, um, buying up all of the poor um, property, and then just not even doing anything to improve it, but actually boasting about flipping it for like $100,000 more than they paid for it. How is that ethical? They call it land and home flipping. How is any of that ethical when there's people homeless, when there's people that can't pay rent, when there's 50% of us even in America that own nothing? How is that ethical? How is that legal? Wealthy people are driving up real estate costs um, exponentially high by such methods, and completely out of the reach of the working masses, hardworking poor people, just so they can boast. I made 100 grand on some parcel that I just bought for 20. I'm, frigging so smart. No, you're not. You're so greedy. You're so evil. You're so selfish. You could have called many local hardworking people and told them, hey, there's an affordable piece of property. If I know you've wanted to be a homeowner and a landowner for, basically your whole life. This is an opportunity for you. When I was working real estate, I'm not saying I'm better than other people, mind you, but because the Spirit of the Lord was in me, I knew this region was going to, I mean, go up in value beyond the means of the hardworking masses here to afford any of it. I knew it, so I advertised on purpose to locals. Um, I, I went to manufactured housing um, salespeople, and I said, "Look, I'll advertise land home packages with you to try to get local peoples into something, a home for themselves, before they can't own anything at all." And so I advertised at my expense, um, to locals specifically, that most of the real estate agents wouldn't even waste a minute of their time on. And I say waste because that's how they looked at it. They looked at, if you don't have money, I'm not even going to spend a minute of my time with you. And I looked at it like, poor hardworking people were not going to be able to ever own, their own home. when I tried to go to other agents or developers and say, hey, hey, please consider, you know, putting in code covenants and restrictions that cap the value of appreciation in your development so that it's always affordable for local people. Try to include code covenants and restrictions that say that this development is specifically for people that have been living here and working here for at least 5 years. Things like this to try to make sure that local hardworking people were not so displaced by wealthy people that they ended up living out, I don't know, close to Indian reservations or something and having to drive 2 and 3 hours to work every day. There's all kinds of resort areas across our country and around the world that need such laws and codes passed to protect the hard-working masses. So I write on all these things, and it's not that anybody ever reads them, and it's because I just haven't succeeded in marketing myself sufficiently. I'm basically praying to God that I get some help. Um, I want rich people to look at this as not just an act of compassion and generosity and mercy upon the poor, but to look at potentially building affordable housing for hardworking people that don't make, salaries, that enable them to afford real property. To build developments like I'm suggesting as tax shelters and tax write-offs to make it charitable if you have to, but to to somehow persuade lawmakers that they need such perpetual affordable housing by code covenants and restrictions that if tax incentives are not enough, if everything I'm saying is not enough to persuade people to be decent and not so greedy, then it has to be mandated by law. Or we're legalizing crimes against humanity by uncontrolled greed, like I've just described, where wealthy people are buying up all the land, buying up all the homes, and poor people cannot own anything for themselves. And they're not criminals, they're just poor. There just aren't enough jobs that pay a proper wage. They don't deserve to work until they drop dead and then end up being tossed homeless into the streets to suffer and die. That's crueler than even the death penalty of people that are being, executed for crimes. That's worse treatment. I don't I don't hate rich people. I really don't like to. I mean, really hate anyone. Um, I'm just I'm just saying. Having been on both sides, I know what's going down, and it's not good. And eventually, if you love money that much to the point where you're willing to actually turn a blind eye to what you're doing to the poor masses by your own selfishness and greed, then eventually, and it may not happen until after you take your last breath, but eventually you're going to regret it. God is real, and he means what he says in the scriptures. And when he said he's going to judge all souls, he didn't give a long sermon about if you don't become a Torah keeper and keep every single one of my divine instructions perfectly. He just said things like, look, man, you know, to the blessed on my right hand, those that will enter my paradise. I was hungry. You gave me food to eat. I was thirsty, and you gave me some water to drink. I was naked, and you gave me some clothes. I was in prison, and you visited me. I was sick, and you comforted me. And he said that the righteous said, Lord, when did we see you, hungry, thirsty, in prison, sick? And he said, when you did it to the least, to the nobodies, to those that everybody looks down upon and ignores, to those that other people have been stomping on their whole life. You did it to me. And likewise, he said to those on his left hand, I was hungry, thirsty, in prison, oppressed, enslaved, sick, tired. You brought me no food, you brought me no clothes, you did nothing. In his left hand, he's sending the selfish, the greedy, the rich, the apathetic, that could do more than us all. To the flames. It's not worth it, people. It's just not worth it. When the Lord of creation, who came down here, spoke to the wind and the waves, raised the dead, healed the sick, proved beyond all reasonable doubt he's God, used a specific example of who ends up in hellfire, it was a rich person. It was a rich person living in a mansion, eating well, while poor people were homeless, begging for their lives. Now, I had so many people hate and maltreat me that I've been suffering so much for so many years that it's hard for me to even move anymore, exercise or anything like that. I laid in bed for years just weeping and screaming at God for what I went through, and just not really anger with Him for allowing evil people to maltreat me, but a little bit, yeah, but more like why wasn't He healing me? Frustration, just suffering intensely, and to the point where it's like, I was battling not just to live, but to find the will to live. It's like after having tried as hard as I did. I mean, you might know when I say things like this, that I worked some days like 4 and 5 days in a row around the clock without sleep, non-stop work. You're talking working more than 100 hours straight without sleep constantly, with only breaks to urinate, defecate, and maybe get a bite, you know, on the job. And I had episodes like that just like nightmares and memories of how hard I worked to get out of poverty, only to have people try to kill me when I was on the brink of success. And I was just like, I mean, I was so angry that there's hardly even words to describe it. I was thankful that I was, at the end of the road property where I could scream as loud as I wanted for a while. And I did, because of how angry I was. Scream till I lost my voice type thing. It's not God's fault for the evil things people do down here, but when you know beyond all doubt that He has the power to heal you no matter what you've been through, and He leaves you suffering, it's like, okay, now how is this somehow good, for me? Now I couldn't see it then. I see it now. I see it now. I was so angry that if He had healed me in that state of mind, I probably would have thrown my life away. I probably would have, done my best to get weapons and track all these people down and gone after them myself. I probably would have. I mean, I'm that kind of mental. I think that's the right thing. I still, to this day, I think that's the right thing to do. I don't think that's a wrong thing to do. That if you encounter, rapists, robbers, murderers loose in this world, and you go to the authorities and you testify personally to the authorities, and you discover that the reason why they're not arresting those murderers or those rapists or whatever is because they're in on it, that they're part of the whole thing. In other words, when the authorities are these kinds of criminals, rapists, robbers, murderers, when police powers are that corrupt, it absolutely is the duty of citizens, if you're able, to arm yourselves and arrest them and by lethal force. If they're murderers and the FBI won't arrest them, Internal Affairs won't arrest them, higher authorities won't arrest them, it absolutely falls to the citizens to do so. Our Constitution has the right to bear arms in order to preserve law and order here in America against all enemies, foreign and absolutely and domestic. So if you are aware, like I'm aware, of authorities that have become so corrupt that they're not prosecuting murderers like mass murdering doctors and nurses, not even investigating, not even trying, and that the reason why they're not even investigating, not even trying, is because they already know that there's mass murdering doctors and nurses loose in our society because they've been killing their own patients and harvesting their own organs for decades. Millions of people go missing every year, folks. Why is that not alarming to people? Where do you think they're all going? Statistically, these are the reported iatrogenic deaths. In America, it's several hundred thousand each year. Just in America, several hundred thousand people die each year because of what doctors and nurses did. Not because of what they went into the hospital for. 300,000 Americans, think about this, 300,000 Americans each year die in hospitals due to medical malpractice. Now, that's just reported. And if you think that all of those are due to nothing but accidents, I'm telling you that that just isn't the case. I'm telling you that just like the prisons have become corporate driven, profiteering enterprises, so also the hospitals are corporate driven and profiting enterprises to the point where they have whole firms of attorneys that represent their interests due to medical malpractice. And if you think all medical malpractice is unintentional oopsies, then it means that we're on a planet where even the so-called experts that are entrusted with our lives are incompetent. It's a very scary thing to think. I'm telling you that illegal organ harvesting is a very real problem, and that organ transplants generate so much revenue that there are groups of doctors and nurses that intentionally murder their own patients, and nobody's prosecuting. I survived this crime firsthand. And I tried local authorities, I tried state authorities, I tried federal authorities, I tried everyone in our entire nation that had any jurisdiction over these types of issues whatsoever. And nobody, to my knowledge, has done a darn thing. For 20 years, I've been raising my voice, and I won't stop. Not one day until I either get competent investigation from somebody somewhere that's decent authority, or until the whole world, has heard it from me that these kinds of crimes are not being prosecuted. That mass murdering doctors and nurses are allowed to just kill whoever they feel like. And they always pretend, oops, we did the best we could, but we just couldn't save your loved one. Your loved one went in for minor surgery, like me, just to have my septum, straightened. And they tried to kill me. And I'm not making this up. I'm telling the absolute truth. I have medical records to prove that I'm telling the truth. And I've been saying that to the authorities, and they threatened me for even trying to submit the evidence. In my case, it's just really bad. The authorities were so damn corrupt that they figured, poor rich dude is dying. We can just go blackmail his guilty, wife, now ex-wife, for sex acts. That's basically what happened in my case. That I'm in a world of such incredible evil that not only are there mass murdering doctors and nurses loose, but sex offending cops that don't do their jobs, that don't take citizens' complaints seriously, that instead look for opportunities to get their peckers sucked by guilty women. I'm sorry to say, folks, this is the absolute truth. Yes, I know it's a scandal, but it's the absolute truth. I'm not saying, thank God, that all doctors and nurses are that evil and that all cops are that evil. I'm just saying, in my case, that's what happened. So if you don't think that I was sorely tempted to pick up weapons and put them all in the grave where they belong, in other words, in my opinion, that even though I've been among maximum security prisoners, that even though I've been among the so-called scum of the earth, that in my opinion, these people are all worse than them. All of them. My ex, the sex offending cops, the mass murdering doctors and nurses, they're all worse than them. Because we, the public, entrust them with power and authority to serve and protect us. And instead they're preying upon us. They're using that trust and violating it in the worst ways. They passed laws, asset forfeiture laws, where there are now complaints of people that are saying that that the police deliberately framed them for whatever crime, any crime that they can think of, whether it was drug trafficking or whatever, deliberately framed them, and just for the purpose of stealing their entire estate from them. That I've met people face to face that told me that they a stole their estate, stole. Say for instance, I met one guy that um, had a geologic survey done on his land that he owned, and in that geologic survey, precious metals were discovered, rather large deposits of it beneath the surface of the earth, to the point where he was going to create memorabilia coins and things like this. So what happened was the corrupt authorities charged him with um, U.S. Treasury violations, attempting to coin, currency when that wasn't. I looked at the evidence. I read, his transcripts. He wasn't trying to create money. He was creating a memorabilia coin. You see coins like that advertised all the time on TV. There's nothing wrong with creating a memorabilia coin or souvenir. So what the real problem was that a substantial amount of precious metals was found on his property, and he wasn't rich enough and strong enough and connected enough to defend himself from being railroaded into prison on false charges, where the corrupt authorities then took the property from him and the precious metals and sold his property at profit for all of them while putting a totally innocent person in prison. I'm trying to tell you, man, massive corruption these days. So when I say, you might think it sounds extreme, but when I say citizens, in my opinion, the correct course of action when things are that bad is to arm themselves and to make citizens arrests of all these types of authorities. That I absolutely believe that is the correct course of action, and because I believe that's the correct course of action, God knows I believe that's the correct course of action. Um, I believe that that's the real reason why He's left me as disabled, physically disabled as I am. That's the only logical thing I can think of, was that He wanted me to live in order to sound the alarm, to warn everybody that this is how things are, and it's because so many people don't know God, to the point where there's so many evil people loose. That that corruption is everywhere. Now, I'm not saying everybody's evil, but I'm saying if they don't know God, I absolutely don't trust them. If they can't say Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior to my face, I don't want them anywhere near me. Stay away from me. If you don't honor the living God who gives you every breath you take, I frankly don't want to know you. I don't want to have anything to do with you, other than to tell you you need to obey Him, you need to repent, and you need to get filled with His Holy Spirit. Because until you do, you're part of the problem. The devil is using you as a pawn of evil in this world until you have God in your life, the good Lord. Now, you might not have done any of these things that I've just stated, that I've personally witnessed and survived to date, um, and not enjoyably so. I'm suffering. I'm really suffering. And you might think I have a death wish, and I don't. Um, Frankly, if I had encountered any honorable authorities, if any of the lawyers or law firms or anybody had, anybody been decent out of all the efforts I made, I would have gotten at least some justice, some restitution, something. I lost millions of dollars in earnings, millions. And I'm not exaggerating. I can prove it. I lost millions of dollars in earnings. I lost millions of dollars in real estate holdings. I absolutely can prove it. Beyond all reasonable doubt, I can prove it. So what these people did was very serious crimes enough that made me angry enough that I absolutely would have, not hesitated to send them on their way to be judged by God. And I wouldn't have had any remorse whatsoever to do it. Um, I'm saying that openly and publicly. That in my opinion, all these people were such incredible criminals, such horrible criminals that they all deserved to be arrested one way or another. And if the only way to do it was me arming myself and executing them myself, taking matters into my own hands, that's what's necessary. If the authorities themselves are the criminals, folks, who else is going to arrest them? It falls to us. It falls to us. Now they might, after they, I don't know, maybe gangs of, criminals in blue shoot you instead, and then just say that you were, a crazy person that, lost his mind. That's how it plays out on the news typically, is what I'm saying. When somebody goes postal or whatever, we don't typically hear the real reasons why, is what I'm saying. The news is scripted and approved. Scripted and approved. So, with rare exceptions, do we get an honest report from a truly, unbiased, objective journalist. Just doesn't happen. Very rarely. And for the most part, they value their lives and their salaries. And so they know better. A lot of them know better. But they just say what's scripted and approved. It's kind of like the pilots that are spraying our atmosphere with all kinds of chemicals. They figure that, well, if I don't do it, somebody else will. They know it's wrong. They absolutely know it's wrong. But they do it anyways because, again, they value their lives, their families, their salaries. So very rarely do you get a Ted Gunderson or something trying to wake everybody up, sound the alarm. Rarely. Somebody through alternative media tries. Tries their hardest to fight, not necessarily for their survival, but for yours.